All right, guys, welcome to Press X Podcast. This is episode 144. I should say welcome back, and I will also say welcome if you're new. This is a PlayStation-centered and focused podcast, but we also cover other aspects of the video game industry, as I'm sure many of you are aware of. So thank you guys for being here. Getting closer to the 150 episode mark, which is kind of crazy to think about because I feel like it was just yesterday we were talking about hitting the 100 episode mark. Time flies. Kevin G asking about the Xbox layoffs. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. Inspector Guru says when the music stops, MBG's incoming. Yeah, it's funny because I don't get to experience that. I guess maybe I might go back and watch a couple podcasts saying I look different. Probably because I shaved the sides of my face. That's probably what looks different. I look like Pedro Pascal. Enjoying the new angle. Yeah, I decided to just put it back center. I feel like, I don't know. I like the side angle sometimes, but I feel like it's more impersonal. I feel like people might enjoy the, straight on view. See somebody saying Monster Hunter running best on PS5. Yeah, we will talk about that. We have a lot to talk about today. I mean, I feel like news-wise, to a degree, for PlayStation, things were a little bit light, but there's certainly enough here to really get going. We're going to talk about Forspoken. Yes, we will talk about Forspoken. Was that a Metal Gear soundtrack playing? It definitely was. It's from Metal Gear Solid 2. You know what? Speaking of Forspoken, really quickly here. Apparently the final boss battle, which I'm not going to say anything about. I'm not saying other than just the fact that this whole game is leaking, but the final boss battle of Forspoken leaked, and I didn't really watch much of it. I had to watch a little bit because, oh man, dude, it's getting torn up, unfortunately. So we're going to talk about Forspoken for sure. It's unfortunate because I feel like anybody who's excited for Forspoken is they're on the struggle bus a little bit right now. Thank you, William. I appreciate that. Saying I look good. Thank you. Appreciate the compliment, man. So we have quite a bit to discuss during the podcast today. Some stuff I'm really excited about. Some not so great stuff for both, I think, Sony and Microsoft. We will be talking about Microsoft quite a bit over the course of this podcast, and I know how people get. Like they don't like it some people don't like when I talk about Microsoft. They don't like when I talk about Xbox. It is what it is. I think that there's some pretty relevant stuff happening in the industry with Xbox that has to be acknowledged, has to be talked about to some degree. And I also want to, not to be too defensive here, but sometimes people say like, oh yeah, dude, MBG, you only cover the negative stuff. And like, that's just simply not true. I feel like these people, they either have selective hearing or they're purposely going out of their way to just highlight the times when I'm being like a little bit, or maybe even very critical of Microsoft. But, they don't talk about any of the positive things I ever say. Just putting it out there, and I guess that's why I feel the need to defend it just a little bit. Because I do say, don't get me wrong, when it comes to the ratio of positive versus negative, yes, I'm much more negative towards Microsoft than I am positive. There's no denying that. But that doesn't mean that I'm constantly always 100% negative. That's just simply not true. Just feel the need to kind of preface this by saying that. I see somebody saying, I've yet to hear you speak good on Xbox. Well, believe me, man, it's there. I mean, in my regular videos, I hardly talk about Xbox. So if you're watching like most of my normal like video content, that would be a reason why you probably don't hear it. But there are things that I praise Xbox for. There have been things I praise Xbox for. There are some things that I even think Xbox has handled pretty well this generation so far. And, I would just recommend checking that out. If don't get me wrong, it's probably not worth it your time. I would appreciate it. Like if you want to go back and watch all my previous Xbox, well, not necessarily Xbox related videos or podcasts, but any podcasts I've done in the past couple of years, people who are here every single week certainly know that I've said good things about Microsoft. And the reason why I have no problem doing so is because I'm just a believer in giving credit where credit's due. If Microsoft is doing something that I think is good, that I'm excited about, whatever it might be, I'll definitely talk about it and give them that credit. It just so happens that I'm not in agreement with a lot of what Microsoft is doing, unfortunately. But fun fact, guys. Today marks the 500th day. 500th day since the last PlayStation Showcase. Yep, that's right. We've hit a milestone. It's been 500 days since Sony had their showcase in September of 2021. Pretty crazy to think. So, yeah, that's a don't get me wrong. Sony's been good. Microsoft's been doing their E3 shows. Sony's been doing state of plays. Now, actually, it seems like the roles are kind of reversed, where now Microsoft's beginning to do their own type of state of plays and whatnot. Anyway, before I dive into any of these topics, I have a couple things I want to go over with you guys. First and foremost, I want to give a shout out to Devil Shooter for doing the timestamps for the podcast each and every week. We're, over the next couple of weeks, we're going to work out a little bit, see if we can get them constructed in a way where we can create chapters, but I don't want to interfere with anything because he does those he does those timestamps for us, out of the kindness of his heart for the community to help people out. So, I'd much rather just keep it like, dude, Devil Shooter, whatever works for you, man, whatever is, whatever flow you got going, stick with it. I'm not too worried about chapters. So shout out to you for that. A big shout out to all of my channel members, especially those who are at the higher tier. And there is actually something I want to say here at the beginning of this podcast. It's pretty important. I'm going to be honest, it's extremely relevant to anybody who is a viewer on my channel, but I think it's especially relevant to those of you who show up to the podcast each and every week. I've been trying to remain as consistent as I possibly can with my content output, not just with my daily videos, but especially with the podcast and with streaming events and all that. The podcast in particular can be tough because, I do a solo podcast here, which I love doing, and it could be pretty demanding at times. I won't lie, not to say that it's hard necessarily, but it's just, maintaining week over week. It can prove to be challenging, but I love doing it. But at the same time, as many of you know, or as all of you might know, I am fan funded here on YouTube. I don't even have a Patreon. I basically just rely on my fans and my audience to, support what I do here, whether that's watching my videos, watching the ads or whatever, the ad rolls, or, Broccoli Rob coming in, or being here during the podcast or on the streams. Last month, you guys showed incredible generosity that, I certainly didn't expect, and it was amazing and certainly very much appreciated. So I just wanted to kind of stress here at the beginning that unfortunately on YouTube, things are not going so well when it comes to ad revenue and ad CPM. And I'm not going to, get into the details. It's not really that relevant to you guys because, no one can really do anything about that. It's just the nature of the economy right now and it being January. So I just wanted to emphasize at the beginning of this podcast, if you're able to contribute to the channel, to my content in any way, whether that's, a super chat donation, or, just simply hitting the like button, as I always say, just watching the content, that helps. But if you are able to go above and beyond in any way, whether that's through channel memberships, super chats, or anything in between, that would be greatly appreciate it. So again, not trying to make it seem like it's, hey, I'm begging for you guys to do this or do that. It's just, once again, pretty much emphasizing the most important thing I can. And that is, in order for me to do this the way I do it, week over week, continually, which I enjoy doing, there is a bit of fan funding that is needed. And you guys have been showing incredible support. So that, believe me, this isn't me basically saying, hey guys, you're not doing enough for me. You're not supporting my channel enough. It's not anything like that at all. It's just simply that, things have taken a bit of a downturn on the YouTube side of things, on the ad revenue side of things. I have no idea when it's going to change. It's kind of normal, I'd say, during this time of the year, but given everything that's going on economically, it's particularly bad. And one other thing I do want to mention here is that next month, the middle of February, I have a very big life event. Specifically, my wife does. She's getting a major surgery. And it should go well. Everything should go smoothly, fingers crossed, of course. But I figured I would just let you guys know, because my goal, and I know it's a little while from now, but I'm getting everything prepped here. My goal going into February is to maintain the consistency as best I can here on the channel with both video content as well as podcasts. If there's any, I'm getting a little bit, I'm sweating a little bit because I'm like, my wife's got a big major, surgery coming up. Got a lot going on. And at the same time, I'm like, okay, I got to make sure I manage my channel, keep that flowing. And now I'm hearing like, oh yeah, by the way, there's like maybe a Metal Gear showcase coming up. And I'm like, okay, hold on. Whoa, now. All these things can't converge at the same time. There's too much. My focus can only be in one place at a time. So it's making me sweat a little bit, but yeah, it's a big thing coming up. So thank you guys so much. I see in the chat. Thank you for all your well wishes. I'll be sure that I relay them to my wife. Yeah, obviously that's the priority. Health is the priority. But the reality of life circumstances, it can be tough for everybody. So just wanted to take a moment here to not only express my gratitude, thank everybody for your continued support of the content of the podcast, and also just mention, again, if you're able to support in any way, please do not hesitate to do so. As Broccoli Rob here says, you got my $1. I've tried to explain to you many times, Broccoli Rob, that you are giving me $2. You are giving me $2. If I could split that and just say, here, keep $1, here's your $1, I would, but YouTube doesn't allow that. So I appreciate it, man. All right. So with that being said, just hit that like button for me, guys. We are going to start diving into these topics. I'm not even going to bother outlining what the what the topics are going to be, because as I always say, like, this podcast is pretty free flowing. It can be all over the place at times, and every time I list out the topics, I feel like it's basically just not setting me up for failure necessarily, but I hardly ever get to all the topics. So the first topic that I would like to discuss, if you guys are okay with that, is once again Metal Gear, but not just Metal Gear, but PlayStation. So I titled this podcast, Big PS5 Reveals Are on the Way. This is something we should discuss because earlier this week, on top of everything we've been covering, we got, in my opinion, what is pretty much solid confirmation. I don't want to say like 100%, but I'm just going to say it. I'm going to say it's 100% confirmation. I really don't know how else to look at it, where we have a voice actor from the Metal Gear Solid series, that being Quentin Flynn. He plays Raiden, who is a very important and integral character to all of Metal Gear. He was the main character, or the main playable character, in Metal Gear Solid 2. And he even got his own spin-off game with Metal Gear Rising. He was on Twitter and he was promoting his Cameo, I guess, account or channel. And he was just putting it out there that he does this on the side. And somebody replied and mentioned to him that, hey, it's, 10th anniversary of Metal Gear Rising is coming up. And somebody below that, Zonex, I see you in the chat, saying he was the one. He ended up saying, like, hopefully we'll get a Metal Gear Rising 2, and hopefully we'll get a Metal Gear Solid showcase. Now, you guys have to keep in mind that this is coming after a myriad of rumors and leaks and the whole 9 yards. Anybody who's been following this, some people I think are getting burned out. They're like, dude, you're talking about Metal Gear over and over again. Trust me, it's not like I do want to talk about Metal Gear every week, but it's just the fact that it's making the headlines each week. There's something new coming out regarding Metal Gear. And so you're beginning to see a lot of smoke, right? And you know how the saying goes, where there's smoke, there's usually fire. At this point, it's like, all right, I think everybody's kind of in the boat. Like, yeah, I think something's happening with Metal Gear. I think it's happening. And then Quentin Flynn actually responds to Zone X by straight up saying there's going to be some announcements in the coming weeks. So it doesn't really get any more explicit than that. Something I find interesting is the fact that he was seemingly able to get away with saying this. Again, like, this is somebody who's directly involved with Metal Gear, straight up saying that there will be some Metal Gear announcements in the coming weeks. Now, I think maybe the reason why he's not going to get in trouble and he felt confident in saying that is because Konami themselves has pretty much been kind of teasing this. But the only thing regarding Konami specifically saying, hey, we got some announcements coming, we're using the words long awaited, or the producer of Metal Gear Solid is using those words. The only question we really had is, okay, that's awesome. So 2023 is going to be the return of Metal Gear Solid, but when? Like, is that happening in 2 months? Is it happening in 6 months? Like, when are the announcements coming? And so for me, Quentin Flynn coming out and saying this pretty much confirms the last rumor we got from an inside source, right, which is a Spanish website. They said that the Metal Gear announcement is coming very soon, within the first half of 2023, specifically looking towards February or March. So then with Quentin Flynn saying that, put 2 and 2 together, I think some big reveals are on the way, and I'm going to lose my mind in a good way. Fishy Queefs, nice name, saying, here's a little donation, MBG. Thanks for all that you do. 2023 is going to be a good year for all of us. Well, thank you so much. I'm not going to say your name again because it's a little intense there, but it's a little disgusting, honestly. But I appreciate it. Fishy is what I'll call you for now. I appreciate that donation, man, and I'm glad you appreciate the content. I'm hoping 2023 will be a good year for everybody as well. I also did forget to mention to you guys that I had 2 cups of coffee today. All right, so I already seem like a little bit. But I just decided, you know what? I think I'm going to make it 3 cups today. I don't know. Today just feels like a 3 cup of coffee type of day. I don't know if I'm going to drink the whole thing. I'm going to pace myself throughout the show, obviously. But you guys just let me know. Let me know if you notice a difference or not. I don't know. I'm hoping that I don't go too off the rails, but I think this might be a more energetic podcast than normal, depending. Let me see. We have Josh Z, a member for 33 months, saying, Forspoken and Callisto protocols show why companies rely so much on existing IPs. Also, I can't believe it, but I prefer Bella Ramsey as Ellie. She looks and sounds like a teenager, goes a long way for me, which is why she was cast, in my opinion. So, a couple of things I want to touch on here, Josh. First off, we are going to talk about The Last of Us HBO over the course of this podcast episode. I need to make everybody aware that I have not watched it yet purposely, okay? The reason being is because I can't do the whole waiting each week for a new episode thing. And I'm also completely comfortable waiting for this because I know the story of The Last of Us, so it's not like anything can be spoiled. But I'm going to actually wait until there's 9 or 10 episodes, until all 9 or 10 episodes are done, so I can just watch the whole thing back to back. I can't stand anymore. I've gotten too conditioned to just binge watching. And it's difficult. Like, I've been very tempted to start watching it, and but I will say this. If this was something that I haven't already experienced with playing the games, I probably wouldn't wait. It would probably be too difficult for me to wait. You're saying I'm missing out. I don't, maybe. I mean, I guess maybe I'm missing out with the conversation to a degree. And I might break. I don't know. I might end up breaking. I could very actually easily see myself breaking, maybe like when a couple of episodes stack up, maybe by like the third or fourth, I'll just be like, you know what? That's enough episodes for me. I'll dive in. But yeah, I struggle with waiting each week. But I've been hearing some very, very good things about The Last of Us HBO, and we'll talk a little bit about that later because it seems like it's doing really well. I see RP Gaming saying he's going to break. I probably will. You're saying such a bad move, MBG. It would give you a talking point every week. It's a Sony podcast. Yeah. That I've thought about that as well. Yeah, I'll put more thought into that. I will, because that's the one thing that made me think maybe I just need to just say screw it and just watch it each week as it comes out, because that will give me the opportunity to talk about it with you guys. Yeah, I don't know. I guess now that you put it that way, I think that actually maybe does make more sense, considering I have a Sony show here. So yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll. You know what though too? Another thing about one of the things that stopped me is these subscription services, man. Oh my God. Like, they annoy me so much. I don't know if I just haven't been paying attention, but I feel like the price of these subscription services have just like doubled straight up since the last time I checked. And I'm like, yo, why? Like, since when were these sub services so expensive? But the thing about them is, like, I only try to remain subscribed for the time that I have to. And I know that one of the reasons why they're doing weekly episodes is because this is a really surefire way to keep people subscribed for just more than a month, right? And it's smart, I gotta admit, from a subscription service standpoint, that is smart. And I guess I'm not gonna lie, you guys know how I feel about sub services. I was like thinking maybe I'm just gonna wait, but then I don't know. Now I'm beginning to second guess that. So we'll see. I'll let you guys know. Next episode of the podcast, I'm either gonna come out and I'm gonna say, nope, I'm not breaking, I'm gonna wait, or I'm gonna change my mind and say, you know what, I do want to talk about this each week. And we could make that a weekly thing, because I guess for some reason, I didn't actually think about that that deeply, but it makes a lot of sense. So I guess it's just because, like, this is all, I feel like it's all happening so fast. Like with PlayStation Productions, like I feel like PlayStation Productions was announced just yesterday, and I was like, I know it's been years in the making, but it just doesn't feel like it. And I just feel like Uncharted movie, Gran Turismo movie, Last of Us HBO, and I'm just like, whoa, this is all coming at me pretty fast. And it's going to be a Ghost of Tsushima movie, a Days Gone movie. And they'll be here before we know it. So, yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about the HBO, The Last of Us HBO a little bit later, because apparently it's a huge success, which is great. So, but Josh, getting to, the first point you're talking about here, where you're talking about games like Forspoken and the Callisto Protocol, using these as examples as to why AAA video game publishers just stick with existing IPs and sequels. You're absolutely right, man. And this is a conversation we have to have today, because it's all becoming clear. I don't know about you guys, but after watching some things unfold over the past couple of months, and as they're beginning to unfold, I can't help but really start to think that, maybe, just maybe, Jim Ryan really does know what he's doing when it comes to leading PlayStation. And I think maybe the leadership at PlayStation really does actually know what they're doing, because these are turbulent times. And, I'm not going to say that they couldn't have been predicted to some degree. I think they could have. It just is a matter of, like, which side of the fence are you sitting on here? Now, when I look at games like the Callisto Protocol, when I look at games like Forspoken, and I'm seeing some commentary come out, and the commentary is basically that it seems like the AAA gaming space is struggling right now. This is on top of seeing Ubisoft come out and basically make it clear that we're in deep trouble. Like we're in really dangerous territory right here. And even like when you look at other publishers like EA, right? I'm thinking of them because they have two big games coming out. Well, actually, EA I think is doing good because EA, they are doing Dead Space remake, so that's like a guarantee success right off the bat. But it's it's a remake. It's not a new IP. I think it's going to benefit actually coming off of the Callisto Protocol and the fact that the Callisto Protocol seemingly didn't review so well. And then EA has Star Wars Jedi Survivor. And, that's not, it looks like it's going to be an amazing game. It's a game I'm very excited about, but it's Star Wars, you know what I mean? And in between that, EA has a new IP that they're supporting called Wild Heart, or is it called Wild Hearts? I think that's what it's called. And it's a game I'm looking forward to. It looks good, but even then, and I'm not trying to, look, I love that it's a new IP. I love that EA is supporting this, but we do have to acknowledge it's straight up a Monster Hunter clone. That doesn't guarantee its success, but I'm just trying to basically put it out there that like I don't want to treat it like it's some groundbreaking, brand new like idea. It's not. I'm also not trying to take away the fact that it is a new IP, and I think it looks very good and very promising, and I'm glad to see it. But this is where when you look at the things that Sony has been saying for a couple of years now, and the plans that they've been making now beginning to unfold, and we're seeing them executed on a month-to-month basis, in my opinion, it becomes clear that I think Sony made the right call here. Sony has been pretty reliant for a little bit now on sequels, God of War Ragnarok, Horizon Forbidden West, Ratchet and Clank, Spider-Man Miles Morales, and that's not a problem because we also need to acknowledge that, yes, they're not new IP, they are sequels, but these games are crafted incredibly well. Like, these are top-tier games, and that's the one thing I want to point out here is that I've seen not quite a few people, but certainly some people basically trying to put the entire gaming industry in a corner and say, yeah, AAA gaming sucks, bro. And it's like, okay, there are some issues right now across the industry. There's no doubt about that. But have you played any of Sony's games? I'm not saying Sony's perfect, but I cannot put Sony in that same basket, right? Because if you play a game like the Callisto Protocol, and I'm going to be honest, after playing the demo of Forspoken and seeing much more footage of it, I'm just going to be real right now. These two games that we're talking about, the Callisto Protocol and Forspoken, they do not stack up. They do not stack up against Sony's games. They just simply don't. They're great efforts, and I commend that, and I'm happy to see it, and I try to support it when it feels right. But these are not PlayStation Studio titles. And so it's not just the Callisto Protocol. It's not just Forspoken. Actually, it's all across the industry. Any video game publisher or developer that makes the conscious decision to attempt a new AAA IP is taking a massive risk. And suddenly, you begin to realize that a lot of the things that Jim Ryan has been saying, right? A lot of the things that Jim Ryan has been saying, a lot of the things that Sony has been doing, now suddenly it all begins to the picture comes into focus. So an example I want to give here is we're seeing kind of like a lot of layoffs happening around the industry right now, which is incredibly unfortunate, obviously. It's not just Microsoft, it's happening all over. It's happening in big tech and the whole thing. It's not good. Now, Sony may end up having layoffs, I don't know, but what I have noticed is quite a few of Sony studios and others, it's not just Sony, so I don't want to make it seem that way. It's not just Sony. I've seen other third-party studios as well, but I've seen just quite a few Sony studios come out and basically say that, hey, like, we're hiring for certain positions, so, if you were somebody who was laid off, maybe you can fit in here, and that makes sense. But I'm just looking at that and I'm thinking, Sony Sony has taken what you could call a very conservative approach over the past couple of years, and we are now probably going to see that benefit them more so than other companies who have not been as conservative. Because people were always like, "Oh, dude, Sony's being greedy. They're only focused on being as greedy as possible and just wringing their customers' drive money." And I've always tried to explain to them, like, guys, don't get me wrong, like, everybody knows, anybody who pays attention to this, we all know that when it comes to any company that's beholden to their, investors and shareholders, we know that sustainability is simply not enough. There has to be constant, perpetual growth. As unrealistic as that is, that's the expectation. So we kind of already established that the greed that exists within these companies is something that is not going to change, and it's something that's automatically a given. But I also, at the time, remember trying to explain to people that, maybe there is some truth to what Jim Ryan and company are saying when they're like, yeah, so we're going to raise the price of our AAA exclusives on PS5 to $70 because the cost of making these games is getting really, really high. And we need to pretty much guarantee that we can at the very least, break even on these risks we're taking to a degree, right? And I remember Sony got crushed for this. And Microsoft was capitalizing on it, obviously. And it's just now you can kind of begin to see that it turns out it's true. It turns out that there's no way around the risk that is AAA game development, especially when you're talking about new IP, right? And Microsoft, for as big as they are of a company, multi-trillion-dollar company, for as big as they are, the risk is still the same for them, because we all have to remember at the end of the day, this is about making money, not losing money. And so for as rich as Microsoft is, for as rich as Sony is, for as rich as these corporations are, it's just the nature of the corporate world. It doesn't matter. You're either making money or you're losing money. Which is it? And I feel like a lot of the decisions that Jim Ryan has made underneath Sony were very conservative and done in a way to basically ensure that, well, we have to always try to be making money, and some people might not like it. And so I'm going to get to these super chats in just a moment. We then pivot to, okay, so they raised the price of games. Yeah, that's a tough pill to swallow. But now they're talking about bringing their games to PC. What's going on there? Clearly extra money, right? Easy money. And now they're talking about live service games, multiplayer games. What does this mean? Well, see, this is where you're beginning to see that the things that Sony is doing are literally necessary in order for them to continue to develop the type of games at the rate that they do. That's the point. That is the point that I'm trying to make, is that this is necessary, whether anybody likes it or not. Sony, I know people sometimes look back at the Sony, what about 2006, 7, and 8 Sony, where their back was against the wall and they were willing to lose money and eat money. Okay, we have to understand that at that time was also necessary. Sony did not want to eat that cost. Sony did not want to lose money, but they understood that the only way they're going to recover and eventually make money and become profitable is they have to eat the cost now. It hurt them. It was dangerous. It was risky, and it could have killed them. But at the rate things were going, it was either that or they're going to die. And it worked out perfectly for them, luckily. That's not the position that Sony's in right now. Sony's in a position of, to a degree, dominance. They're in a strong position, and they have to just try to find the best possible way to continue to fund what they've been doing to help them get to this point. And it just so happens that a lot of the things they're beginning to do that they've been doing the past couple of years and that they're preparing for, these are the things that are necessary. So I think this is important to highlight, because it's not to say that Sony's perfect. And again, they're not perfect. And we all are in agreement that Sony's intent, just like every other company and corporation, is to make money, as much money as they can, hopefully, in as fair of a way as possible. All right, let me get to these super chats. Josh, you're saying, I see the generational. I see the general consensus is to be hush-hush about the fact that 10,000 people are being laid off while Microsoft tries to spend $100 billion between Bethesda and Activision. Okay, so Anybody who has a super chat below this, just buckle your seatbelt, strap in. I'm going to get to your super chat. I just have to acknowledge this here because, okay, let me take a sip of my coffee before I go in on this. Nice big sip. First of all, what you are saying, I attempted on a platform that is not great, that being Twitter, to acknowledge this. And in doing so, I was straight up shocked, but at the same time not. But the shock was still pretty great, where I basically pointed this dichotomy out where it's like, okay, Microsoft, a multi-trillion-dollar company, is laying off 10,000 people. Now, I want to establish something right here from the ground, okay? From the ground up. Layoffs, when it comes to business, are at times necessary. I understand this. You don't need to explain this to me. I get it. I'm pretty sure mostly everybody understands that if you need 100 people to effectively run your business and corporation, and you have 150 people employed, at the end of the day, there are likely going to have to be some cuts made. It's necessary. However, we need to also understand that rule set that I just explained, that Business 101 rule set, is a set of rules constructed by human beings. Okay? This is not some kind of like, God came down from the heavens and said that if you have too many employees and you can't support them, they got to go. I need that to be understood. Because the point that I'm trying to make from a human level, from a purely logical level, is, let me get this straight. Microsoft, a multi-trillion-dollar company, just spent $68 billion. A number that is pretty much unfathomable. Like, I don't even think we can fathom how much money that is, to acquire an entire independent publisher. And exactly 1 year later, they lay off 10,000 employees. I'm just simply pointing out $68 billion spent, 10,000 people, no more job. Now somebody, not just somebody, quite a few people came at me for this. And they're like, dude, you don't understand business. That $68 billion is from an investment fund. Don't you know what an investment fund is? Well, I'm pretty sure I can infer what it is just based off of what it's called. Yes, it's an investment fund. Okay? But these people who are defending this are losing the forest for the fucking trees. Okay? Where it's like, I get the rules. I understand the game. But at some point, we have to take a fucking step out of that and realize, maybe there's something fucking wrong with the game here. Maybe there's something fucking wrong with these rules. Because it's just fucking disgusting, in my opinion, that a multi-trillion-dollar company has fucking people out here that aren't even involved in the company defending them. Defending their reasoning for laying 10,000 employees off and simultaneously explaining why it's totally justified while they're spending $68 billion on Activision Blizzard. And I'm like, what the fuck? Like, you can't identify the fucking problem here? I mean, I get if you're like I get if you're the type of person where it's like, hey, it is what it is, man. It's the system. I don't make the rules. I don't make the game. I watch the game, or I play the game, whatever. I get that. But this is where the shit gets so outrageously egregious and in your face where you have to begin to question, like, who the fuck is making these rules then? Because that's insanity. Like, I can only imagine what it would feel like to be an employee at Microsoft, where it's like, yeah, I'm working for like the richest company in the world, multi-trillion-dollar company. They're buying Activision. Game Pass is great. I love my job. I love Microsoft, right? To then be like, yeah, we gotta let you go, man. It's like, but what do you mean? Now, you could make the argument, well, maybe there's just nothing for them to do. Maybe there's just nothing for them to do. And I get that. And this is where it becomes a difficult conversation because, well, do we just hire people to just take up space? And, it's at the end of the day, guys, like this is where this conversation to me reaches a new level where we're not even talking about business anymore. At the end of the day, the question I have to fucking ask for all these people who want to meticulously explain to me why, well, this is why these people got to be fired and these people got to go and this corporation's justified in making their decision. Don't get me wrong. Each corporation, they can, these people, they can do what they want. They're going to do what they want. My question is, what exactly do we deem necessary versus what is not necessary? Who makes that decision? Because you could argue that almost all this shit is nearly unnecessary. You know what I mean? And this is just where it becomes almost a philosophical conversation. And at the end of the day, here's the reality, for me anyway. I can't sit here and say that I know what is or isn't necessary for Microsoft as a company or a corporation. I can't say that for Sony. I can't say that for Microsoft. I can't say anything because I don't know. I'm not in that position. I'm not at the top at Microsoft, part of a board, figuring out what we got to do. I don't know. But I am here looking on the outside, watching what's happening, and just thinking to myself, just inherently, like it's just an inherent feeling that I can't seem to shake where it's like, this just seems kind of wrong. Like it seems like something is not aligning here when it should be able to. Something about it just feels kind of gross. Something about it just feels weird, And I'm just so tired of people kind of, the responses is, well, no, that's normal. Like that feeling that just where something just feels a little bit off, a little bit wrong, a little bit gross. Yeah, that's normality. That's just the way it is. And I'm like, but why? Like who decides that? And then, this conversation gets, if you go down the rabbit hole, this conversation gets into a whole nother situation where it's like, well, if you want to talk about the system and the flaws, it's getting a little bit out of hand. I'm going a little bit off the rails, but ultimately when it comes to the 10,000 layoffs, which mind you, quite a few of them apparently were from, you're saying MBG, that grossness stems way before Microsoft. Yeah, I know that. And I'm not trying to put the blame. This isn't like just a Microsoft problem. I know that's how some people are going to take it. So don't take it that way. This is a problem with all major corporations. This is like a corporate problem, really. Corporate America problem. But some of these layoffs, like the reason why I think this is relevant to this conversation about the gaming industry right now is because apparently quite a few of these layoffs came from the Xbox and Bethesda sector. And apparently the biggest sector within Xbox that was hit, based off of what I've been seeing and reading, is 343 Industries, the studio behind Halo. And, there was a whole thing going on where 343 had to come out and make it clear that they're not a shell studio, that they're still a real studio. There was this rumor that came out that apparently 343 Industries was essentially dissolved internally. They just didn't actually shut. Like they're still going to use the name 343 Industries and they're going to outsource any work they do and just slap the 343 Industries logo on it, which actually sounded kind of believable because it's like, well, if all these layoffs are true, and we even saw multiple Halo developers coming out and, basically saying some not so great things about Xbox or Microsoft, specifically their leadership. But apparently 343 Industries had to come out and say, no, we're still working on Halo, yada, yada, yada. Like, it's just like, the damage control is real. It's sad. And I just, it's like there are problems that are beginning to present themselves throughout throughout the entire gaming industry. And I'm not saying, I'm not sitting here saying Microsoft's the bad guys. Sony's the good guy. It's not about that. I mean, Sony is a business too, and Sony is just as cutthroat. And, it wouldn't surprise me if Sony was in the exact same position as Microsoft, that they'd do the same thing. But at the very least, and here's my thing with Xbox fans who are, kind of basically trying to separate, and I understand, it's not just Xbox fans, but just people in general. You're trying to separate the 10,000 layoffs from the $68 billion Activision Blizzard industry acquisition. I get that. But my whole thing with that is, can we at least find a middle ground here and at least come to an agreement that this is a fucking bad look for Microsoft? Like, this is a very bad look for Microsoft. I think at the very least, we can all come to that middle ground and agree that, yeah, this doesn't look good. And it's not really good, There was somebody on Twitter who basically came at me and they were like, dude, you need to just shut it, man. Microsoft created like 75,000 plus jobs or something like that since 2019. And I get that. And I'm not trying to, that's the thing, is I'm not saying that Microsoft hasn't done good, but it's just right here in this present moment, it's like 10,000 jobs lost, $68 billion purchase after a $7.5 billion purchase. It's to me, it just comes off as a very tough pill to swallow, to just shrug off and say, well, yeah, that's the way it works, man. What are you going to do? Like, I don't know. Like, maybe not. I don't know. I don't want to make it seem like I would know exactly what to do. I understand that. I'm not saying that, people don't have to make tough decisions. I know tough decisions have to be made, but it just, again, it begins to amplify a problem that is just so inherent in almost everything, apparently. It's just so deeply rooted, where it's like, you're saying, yeah, this is not the time to lay people off. I mean, yeah, you could argue like there's never really a good time to lay people off, but I'm sorry, man. Like, it's not like if Sony announced like tomorrow that, yeah, we're laying like 8,000 people off, you better believe, like, I'm not going to sit here and be like, well, let me tell you, like, this is why Sony had to do it. Like, dude, I don't care. That sucks. That sucks so much. Like, what, I don't get it, Like, what do you mean you have to lay all these people off? Look, it is what it is. It's just frustrating, man. It's just frustrating to basically come out and one of the things I said that I ended up retracting because I just didn't feel like dealing with the bullshit of it. One of the things I said was, after this news came out, people are still going to come out here and explain to you why Microsoft acquiring Activision Blizzard is a good thing for the industry. And I'm just like, and they immediately came out. They immediately came out and started fighting me, saying it is. And I'm just like, what is happening, dude? Like, what is happening to this industry? Truly, like, it's not even about Microsoft or Xbox. It's going way beyond that, where it's like, what is happening to the video game industry? Because I'm telling you, I feel like we are reaching an inflection point where something's happening, and I'm not so sure it's good. And I can't help it. Like, a lot of times I am a glass half empty type of person. That's just how I am at times. I try not to be. I try to fight against that part of myself and that nature. But something feels like it's brewing, and it doesn't feel good at all. And I'm not saying that I have the answers or I know how to like prevent it or make everything better. I don't. because if I did, you know, I'd probably be doing more than just talking about it here. But as somebody who follows the video game industry, as somebody who plays video games, it just feels like something is a little bit off right now, and it feels like it's been off for a little while, and it feels like it's really starting to ramp up a little bit. And you know, you got to kind of go back to what Josh brought up here, where it's like, man, you know, like the Callisto Protocol seemed like that was so promising, and it kind of flopped. Apparently it did flop. Forspoken, I'm going to be real with you guys. I'm going to be totally real with you. That game's going to flop so fucking hard. It is. And I'm not saying that means you have to hate it, or if you love it, you got to feel a certain way. Don't. If you like what you're seeing with Forspoken and you think you're going to love that game, by all means, you need to go support that. You need to show it some extra love. But based off of what I'm viewing, that game's going to, that's going to be bad for Square Enix. It's going to be bad for Square Enix. And it's going to be another flop underneath Square Enix. And I'm looking at Ubisoft. I'm looking at Square Enix. I'm looking at massive independent publishers like Activision Blizzard and Bethesda just being scooped up like it's nothing. And I'm just over here thinking to myself, like, dude, things are going to be so dramatically different. The video game industry, by the time this generation comes to an end, is going to be so dramatically different. And I you could argue maybe it's necessary, but again, what's necessary versus what isn't? What's necessary for the sake of progress, for the sake of innovation? These are questions that no one really has an explicit or clear answer to. They're just kind of things you have to discover. And I guess you could also say that you know how these things go, right, in life. If there's one thing in life that seems to be a sure thing, is things always get worse before they get better. And my hope is that that's kind of what's going on right now, is that across the entire industry, that things are at that point where they're going to get a little bit worse. They're going to get a little bit worse, but then they're going to get a lot better, because that's just, again, that just seems to be the way the energies flow and balance and whatnot. And it's crazy, dude. It's crazy. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen, but all I know at this point is that, you know, Microsoft and Sony, they are playing two very different games while simultaneously playing the same game, as weird as that sounds. And it's such a strange but very interesting situation where they're somehow still playing the same game, but playing a completely different game at the same time. And I don't know what the future holds for Sony, right? Just like I don't know what the future holds for Microsoft. I don't know what the future holds for the gaming industry at large. But I think some things are going to have to change. And I think it may, if I had to give my best guess, right? If I had to give my best guess as to what's going to have to change, I think it's going to come in the form of, like, the industry can't just be, it cannot continue to just be about constant, just ridiculous, like quarter over quarter, year over year, fiscal year over fiscal year. It can't just be about perpetual non-stop growth. Okay, I just feel like this can't work. It can't be sustained, because that's not, like, the bubble's gonna burst. It's already about to, right? Like our games need to be bigger. Our games need to be even better. And it's like, don't get me wrong, I'm a AAA gamer through and through, and I have advocated constantly for, I love games that are trying to really be better. And when I say bigger, I mean bigger in the sense that it just feels like a bigger, better game. But sometimes it's like, I don't know that needs to be applied so literally. Like, I don't know that this game needs to, like, oh, this game needs to be this long, right? Or this game needs to be this large. Or if it's not about the length of a game or the size of a game, well, it's about the mechanics that have to be in there. And then it's about the monetization that has to be in there. And it's like, it just, at what point is it, I almost begin to wonder, guys, like, seriously, is the future of AAA gaming simply going to turn into, yeah, we're going to need $80 for a game now. we're gonna need $90. I know in some regions it's already how much it is for people, but I mean, like in US dollars. Is that what it's gonna take? Because at some point I'm gonna have to begin to ask the question, okay, if this if a company like Sony or a company like Microsoft, what they're looking to achieve is constant growth, right? And obviously that can only come in the form of more and more people spending more and more money. At some point, I'm going to have to begin to ask, like, when do we stop supporting that notion? Because to me, Forspoken is, and Forspoken, again, isn't Sony, it's Square Enix, but to me, Forspoken is a great example of, I was ready to pay $70 for this game, and I'm very glad that I'm not going to. I'm very glad that I'm going to be honest. I think it was a huge mistake on Square Enix's part to put that demo out, but I'm very grateful they did, because it made me realize that this isn't what I want. Like it feels like this game kind of went ahead of itself, where it's like Forspoken feels like the type of, I'm going to be honest, I feel like Forspoken is trying to be a Sony game, but it's not a Sony game, but it's asking the Sony price. It's asking for the same amount of money as Sony, as like a PlayStation exclusive. And I'll tell you right now, if this was a Sony game, like if this was, I don't know what studio would develop it, but I'm just pointing out, like if this was a game that came from a PlayStation studio, and they put that demo out, I would have been a little bit like, well, hold on now. It reminds me of the time where it's like somebody at Sony, I don't know who, but somebody thought that they could sell Destruction All-Stars for $70. You're saying Sony wouldn't release a demo. You're probably right about that. You're probably right. But then you could argue, like for the benefit of that demo, for Square Enix's sake anyway, is that I can at least say I can show no frustration towards that game, because it's like, hey, they let me try it before I buy it, and I'm just gonna pass on it. No problem. I think there's some flaws with the game. There's some stuff that makes me feel kind of like, what were you guys thinking here? But it's like, okay. To whereas if I basically bought that game, and I paid full price, $70 for it, and then by the end of it, it's like, or like I'm like 10 hours in, and I'm like, oh my God, like I do not like this game. I do not like this game. It's tough, man. It's tough. And maybe, I don't know, some people, I'm sure somebody right now is sitting here and be like, see, dude, this is why Game Pass can be good. Which, again, like, I've had my issues with Game Pass, but I've also expressed that, the Game Pass, and I'm only talking about Game Pass because it's kind of the opposite of what we're seeing with Sony's model, right? And the AAA game model. The thing about Game Pass, though, is it actually it's not much different than what we're seeing now, in that, what exactly does Microsoft want through Game Pass? Constant, just purely unstoppable growth. That's what they need, frankly. Right? So in a way, it's like, it's still trying to solve this. You see how I said earlier, it's like they're playing the same game, but not at the same time? This is exactly what I mean, because Game Pass needs the exact same thing that Sony needs, just in a completely different way. So, yeah, I don't know, man. I will admit this has kind of gone a little bit off the rails, but I guess the general point is, seeing all the layoffs happening, not just across the gaming industry, but across all major corporations, not a good sign. Not a good sign in general for the times, but just honing in on the gaming industry, this what's happening with Microsoft, I think it's not a good look for them. And I think most people can agree with that. It's not a good look. And I think we can all agree that we hope everybody who was laid off is able to land on their feet. And, I think the concern right now, I think gamers have a genuine reason to be concerned about some of the stuff that's going on that we just talked about, that I pointed out. And I'm not trying to fearmonger. Like, I'm not trying to say like the collapse is coming, it's over. Like, I'm not trying to come up like that, but it's just like, it's just some things are really out of balance right now, and it's clear that some consequences are going to have to be rendered, unfortunately, in order for those things to get back into balance. And we don't know the extent to which that's going to apply. We don't know how far that's going to go. Hopefully this is the worst of it. It's hard to say exactly. But Josh, to get back to your original super chat here, to bring it all full circle, you're saying the general consensus is to be hush hush about the fact that, look, I genuinely feel like if you are like a diehard Xbox fan and you're like a diehard Xbox fanboy, that's fine. Like, that's your prerogative. But I genuinely feel that in this specific circumstance, either say, hey, or I'm not going to, like, I think people should say whatever they want to say. But I do feel that the best course of action is to either A, say nothing. Like, you don't have to say anything about it. You don't have to chime in on it, right? Like, you don't have to say anything. It's fine. Really. It's not going to make a difference, like you not saying anything. Or if you are going to say something, just try to acknowledge the fact that a major trillion-dollar corporation had to unfortunately lay 10,000 people off, and just acknowledge that sucks. Like, that just sucks, and I hope that doesn't have to continue to happen, and I hope that those people can find, new work. That's I like it, it's that simple. Like, I really feel like that should be that's as far as it goes. It's just where the problem arises is just you see people that they're doing the opposite of that. Like they're basically just defending Microsoft when it's like, dude, they don't need your defense right now. Like you're defending I think you're choosing to defend the wrong side right now. You don't have to go berserk, point the finger, say you're terrible, you're the worst, I'm never playing Xbox again. No, of course not. But you know what I mean? It's not a good look, dude. It's not a good look. Michael, you're saying I'll have to catch the rest later. Have a blessed day and a great podcast. Sorry I'm getting to your super chat so late, Michael. You'll probably hear this later. So I appreciate that, man. Appreciate the super chat. And I hope you have a good day as well. Then we have Subtext, a member for 5 months, saying, I can't criticize Sony sequels because they aren't soulless. They are usually pretty daring and ambitious. They try some risks. They push themselves. Yeah, I mean, I'm mostly in agreement. Like, I can understand some of the criticisms. Like, this is where I try not to be just one-sided, right? Like, where it's like I can understand where if somebody looks back at 2022 and they're like, yeah, but I really wanted something brand new from Sony, something big and brand new. And I love God of War, but it felt like we got more God of War. And I love Horizon, but it just felt like we got more Horizon. And I'm like, yeah, I can understand that. That's not a difficult thing to comprehend, in my opinion. But I do also agree with you, Subtext, where it's like, but at the same time, it's like, if that's the worst thing we have to say about Sony right now, I don't think that's that bad. Like, I'm just straight up, like, if you're telling me the worst thing I got to do is just acknowledge the fact that we've gotten a lot of sequels from Sony, I'm totally cool with that, because what you're saying is absolutely true, where they are very good. They are very ambitious games. They are huge games that are, when you talk about taking risks, I mean, it's tough for me to fully agree with that, because I feel like, I don't know if I agree with that entirely, only because I do feel like a lot of what I did play was kind of the opposite of risk-taking necessarily. Like, it wasn't a brand new, and I think that's for the better, to be honest, because it's not like when Horizon Forbidden West came out, they're like, and now, like, it's a turn-based RPG, it's not like, whoa, hold on, like, that would have been insanely risky. But then again, it's like, that's kind of such an extreme example where it's like, the question then becomes, how much risk-taking do you really expect in a sequel? Which then leads to the question of, well, maybe this is why more people want new IP, because new IP inherently allows for more risk-taking. But that's also inherently why people are so adverse. Not people, but so many companies are like, I don't know about that new IP. You know, how much money are we putting into that? And this is where like the biggest question I have for Sony right now, knowing that they've had, you know, their sequels are selling very well, knowing that it's been 500 days since a showcase, and knowing that we're entering this turbulent time in the gaming industry. I genuinely am curious, like, how many new IP does Sony have in development internally, and how much is going into them? You know, these are questions that I'm very curious to get the answers to, because, you know, it's I have to imagine that if Sony has multiple new IP in the works, right? With, you know, AAA budgets, these are games that got greenlit like a couple years back, right? Maybe longer than that, depending. I'm really wondering if they're beginning to feel the pressure a little bit. I'm wondering if they're feeling the pressure of like, you know, what if we do put out a AAA exclusive and it just doesn't hit our sales expectations? You know what I mean? Like that, like you really do have to wonder, what if Horizon and what if God of War, what if they didn't hit those sales numbers that Sony deemed like necessary to justify the amount of money they put into them? And I guess at this point, I just begin to question, like, when is that moment going to come? Because it's going to happen. It's going to happen. You know, it's just it's not a matter of if, it's a matter of when. And that's why I've kind of been impressed with Sony. Like, honestly, the only game that I can think of in recent memory that maybe didn't hit its target projections, sales projections, which I'm just guessing here. We do not know what Sony's internal projections were, but I noticed that on the NPD top 10, God of War for 2022, all of 2022, God of War came in at the number 4 spot, which is amazing. Like, that's insanely good. Like, that's kind of unbelievable. But somehow God of War came out at the number 4 spot of the top selling games all of 2022 for the NPD. Number 9 was Horizon Forbidden West, which is still incredibly good. Like, that was important to acknowledge as well, because there was a lot of concern that Horizon Forbidden West wasn't selling and it wasn't doing well. And it's like, actually, no, it's the 9th best selling game of all of 2022. That's very good. At number 10, we have MLB The Show. Still good, still a Sony first party game, but a multi-platform game releasing everywhere. But I noticed that I think it was the number 13. It was either 13 or 14. I think it was 13. That's where Gran Turismo 7 was. And what's interesting about that is Gran Turismo is the best-selling Sony franchise of all time. So I'm knowing how big of a franchise that is, how much weight the Gran Turismo name carries. I do wonder if that's like an example of a AAA exclusive from Sony that maybe didn't sell as well as they wanted it to. You're saying it had bad marketing launch. Yeah, I think GT7 did have a couple things working against it. And then we also noticed that Sony did decide at the last minute to make GT7 also a PS4 game when it was just supposed to be PS5. I wonder if maybe pre-orders. I'm not saying it flopped. Yeah, I think maybe it just underperformed, right? Would be the best way, because I mean, it's still in the top 20, which is good. So it means it sold pretty well. But I just wonder about that. And if that's the case, I feel like maybe that's a bit of a, I don't know. I'm going to be honest. Like, I don't know that we can gather much from that, because it's Polyphony Digital. Polyphony Digital isn't going anywhere. Gran Turismo isn't going anywhere. You know, like, it's just, even if it didn't sell as well as Sony had hoped, it's not going anywhere. But I'm genuinely curious, man. Like, I'm so curious to see what the next big AAA IP from Sony looks like. And obviously it'll be quite some time till we see that announced going to the release, but how well that's going to do, because again, we're coming off a generation with the PS4 with Sony where they went from, like, I think it was like in 2014 or something like that, where they had to come out and be like, yeah, our releases this year were a little bit sparse when it comes to exclusives. I remember that was a quote that Sony had to come out and say, and like nobody cared, because they just beat Xbox to a pulp at that point. Like they had so much momentum that they could literally come out and be like, yeah, we're gonna have a sparse year when it comes to releases. And people are like, so I can't wait to get my PS4. It's like, oh, okay. Like, I'm sure Sony wasn't complaining, but right after that, came like new IP after new IP after new IP with sequels as well. But the thing about Sony's new IP is they couldn't miss, man. Like they couldn't miss. And I think the assumption is with this generation that the same thing's going to happen, where any new IP that Sony puts out, like they're just not going to miss from their first party studios. I have to emphasize that. Although I don't know, you look at Bloodborne, I don't think we would look at that's Bloodborne's obviously not a miss, and that's also a second party game. So give or take, I would say that the general consensus is that Sony's going to continue to not miss, and I'm not saying I want it to happen. It's the last thing I want to happen. But I like have to imagine right now, and I know I sound like I'm being such a dick towards Forspoken. I apologize again to anybody who's excited for it. But I genuinely have to wonder if like Sony's sitting there right now being like, oh my God, like glad that's not our game. Like I'm sure Sony's feeling kind of bad because like, let's be real right now. The way Sony and Square Enix treated, remember Project Athia? Dude, there was so much intrigue and mystique surrounding this game. And there was so much expectation for it. And I feel like at some point, like once the game like was actually just kind of like, here it is, people were like people were either like, yes, that looks great. Or a lot of people were like, yikes, you know, like, and I'm going to be paying attention to Forspoken, but I just genuinely wonder how much money Sony spent on the 2-year exclusivity deal for this. And I also have to wonder how Sony. I want you guys to think about this. This to me is the most important thing that I am extracting from Forspoken right now. I have no doubt in my mind that Square Enix is feeling pretty down about Forspoken. I think they're very nervous about reviews. I think they're nervous about it potentially flopping, obviously. But the thing I want you to think about is let's not forget that somebody I don't know. I don't think it was Shuhei Yoshida because he's the head of Indies. I don't think it's Herman Hulst because Herman Hulst isn't the one responsible for second party exclusivity deals, if I'm not mistaken. Herman Hulst is all about PlayStation Studios. So unless it's like an ex-dev game, I don't think Herman Hulst is involved. Forspoken is a third party exclusivity deal. So I don't know who the head of third party is. But the point I'm trying to make here is that somebody at Sony, and this is a trend that I've been noticing. I'm going to be honest. Like, if there's one thing that I have to point out with Sony and their leadership and who's making decisions is they seem to be very hit or miss with third-party exclusivity. Because first it was Godfall, where that was a game that I remember when we first talked about it. Like, dude, there was actually a lot of hype for it. It was actually the first. It's hard to believe. It's actually hard to believe. Godfall was the first PS5 game to be revealed, which is just it's baffling to think. And then I remember Destruction All-Stars, and now we're looking at Forspoken, and I'm sure there may be like one or two others that I'm failing to mention, but these were games that deals were put in place, and I think that whoever's making these third-party, whoever job it is to go secure third-party, I don't know, man. I feel like they're not really doing all that great or as good as they could because this is seemingly becoming a bit of a trend to a degree. There are some great third-party games as well. Like, I don't think Silent Hill 2 Remake is going to flop, right? We look at Final Fantasy 7 Remake, and you could argue that maybe, I don't know, maybe Sony investing in Forspoken was a show of good faith because, because Square Enix was like, hey, like, yeah, we'll do Final Fantasy 16, we'll do Final Fantasy 7 Remake and Rebirth, and maybe Square was like, well, we got this new IP. What do you think, Sony? You want to get on the ground floor? Huh? And I think Sony was like, yeah, we should do that. We should. I don't know. I'm just trying to imagine how these deals are like sorted out and how they're worked. But the point is, like, we've seen a couple of serious duds so far when it comes to third-party exclusivity. And I feel like to a degree it can hurt PlayStation slightly, right? Like, I don't, the practice of third-party exclusivity is already frowned upon by a lot of people, but it's especially egregious when it's like not a good, the game ends up flopping or something. And so I'm trying to think what other other than Final Fantasy 16 and Rebirth, what other third-party exclusivity deals? Silent Hill 2, Final Fantasy 16. Okay, well, I'd say all things considered, it's not looking too bad right now. We got, I think Forspoken is probably the worst of it, there's Stellar Blade. We'll have to see Rise of the Ronin. True, we'll have to see how those games do. See, those games look promising, I think. I mean, I'm not too excited by Stellar Blade, and a lot of people are. Yeah, KOTOR Remake is another one, man. The last thing we heard about KOTOR Remake, if it was true, is, my God, that game was in complete development hell. So, I don't know. It's very much a mixed bag, because I'm also forgetting there was Deathloop. Right? There was Ghostwire, and I think a lot of people look at Ghostwire as mid, but I thought Ghostwire was pretty fun. Deathloop was, 10 out of 10 apparently. So yeah, it's not all bad, but I guess it goes to show how difficult a job like that must be, right? Like if it's your job, if you're the guy at Sony or the girl, whoever, who has to go to different studios and check out their games. And obviously these studios are going to pitch their game to you in an exciting way, right? Like they want to get an exclusive. I'm going to be honest. I think studios want to get exclusivity deals with Sony. I feel like that probably benefits their game. They're trying to sell you on this game. It must be pretty hard to really determine like what looks like a flop versus what looks like it could be a potential hit. Because I feel like, honestly, as crazy as it sounds, that line between like, that's it, that's the next big thing, or that's going to be a hit, versus that looks like dud written all over it, is probably pretty thin, right? It's probably much thinner than we think. So, all right, I got to get through these super chats. Josh, you're saying there definitely is a discussion to be had. Not even console wars, just a factual standpoint of what's going on over at Microsoft, and it's not looking good. Well, to just add one more thing to the whole Microsoft thing, I just want to point out, I had a couple of articles that I wanted to refer to, because, dude, like, let me find it right. Former Halo devs blame Microsoft for the state of the Halo franchise and 343 Industries layoffs. I have to do this. And you know why? It's not because I need to do this because this is a little bit of vindication for me, where it's like, I get why people are going to be like, dude, MBG, you're the PlayStation guy. Who's going to listen to MBG say that there just seems to be something wrong with the management at Microsoft? Fine, I get it. You don't want to hear it from me? Well, you know what? Now it's coming from, people directly involved, people who were literally working on Halo Infinite. And it's just a little bit of indication where it's like, I've been trying to say that, you can celebrate the acquisitions that Microsoft is making. You can celebrate the amount and quantity of games that they have in development. But there seems to be something wrong fundamentally with the management at Microsoft. And I know everybody praises Phil Spencer, like this is the dude who saved Xbox. And I'm like, yeah, he definitely saved Xbox from being axed by coming up with Game Pass. But did he solve the fundamental flaw that was there this whole time? That is that they just seemingly, like, I'm going to be real right now, bro. Don Matrick got ripped to fucking shreds, understandably so, because he made some incredibly dumb decisions with the Xbox One, where it's like, okay, like I can only assume you were surrounded by a bunch of yes men. But if there's one thing I want to give that at that time with the leadership at Microsoft, I want to give them a little bit of credit for, is, dude, they had some pretty decent games and game deals that, like, looking back, I know, I'm going to be honest, I think the general consensus is maybe Rise Son of Rome didn't get a fair shake. Maybe Rise Son of Rome was a little bit better than people thought. Maybe a game like, Sunset Overdrive, people love that. People are like, dude, this game's awesome. But it just so happens that the console didn't sell well or well enough, and the sales weren't there, and I'm sure there's others I'm forgetting about. But I'm just saying, like, games like Quantum Break, for example, these were games that were greenlit underneath the previous leadership. And actually, ironically enough, somebody fact check me on this. Wasn't Phil Spencer the head of the Xbox games like portfolio at that time. So was Phil Spencer the one responsible for this? See, this is what confuses me. Because if that's true, then what is going on here? Like Phil has more power than ever before. Did he just lose his touch? Is he afraid? Did he see that these games didn't do well and they flopped, and therefore he feels like, well, I have to go with guaranteed success now by buying? I don't know. I'm just saying that there seems to be something wrong with the management at Microsoft. I just saw another report. I shit you not, dude. I just saw another report that apparently Perfect Dark has hit further development road bumps. And now I think who's the studio I know it's the Initiative, and Crystal Dynamics, I think, if I'm not mistaken, is now working with the Initiative. They're coming out and they're saying, well, we're going to prioritize the release of the next Tomb Raider, and I think apparently whatever's going on with Perfect Dark, that game's going to come later, like a year later or something. And I'm like, dude, we haven't seen a single glimpse of this game. And it was announced, what, in like 2018 or something like that? Or the studio was announced? It's like, what is happening, man? It's crazy. It's crazy. I mean, don't get me wrong. I see what Matt York's saying. Like, I'd rather them get it right, take your time, but I know I got to mention this too. I saw on my last podcast from last week, one of the top comments was somebody saying that they're super excited for Hellblade 2, and that's why they bought an Xbox. And I wasn't like, I was trying to figure out like the I guess you could say the energy behind that comment, because I wasn't sure, because I remember what I said in that podcast is I was questioning. I was like, where's Hellblade? I was like, oh, you know what? The comment said, now that I'm remembering, so you can tell I had 3 cups of coffee because I'm just fucking all over the place, bro. The comment said that they hope Hellblade 2 isn't like 20 hours long or 25 hours long, that they're okay with it being like 8 to 10 or 8 to 12 or something like that. And that was the reason why they bought their Xbox. And this comment bothered me a little bit, because it's like, how can you say that? Like, how can you say that you hope Hellblade 2, after it's been in development for God knows how many years, and it's probably not coming out for another year or 2, or maybe 3, who knows at this point, how can you actually advocate for a shorter game? I mean, I get that Game Pass, but that's not the point. Like, the point is, dude, this is a AAA game that's been in development at Microsoft since 2017. If I'm not mistaken, 2017, and it's 2023 for fuck's sake, and we have no word on that game. I'm just pointing out that, like, this is why they're not going to be able to get their stuff together, because if people are okay with that, and oh, did I mention that was the most upvoted comment? That was so that means the most amount of people agreed with that statement, which was baffling to me. So I guess what I'm trying to say is that, like, you're literally advocating for this. You're advocating for these insanely long development cycles and getting less in return. And I get it. Like, the person ended it by saying quantity over quality, which, yes, fundamentally speaking, absolutely. But there's like a limit here. You're saying the dude upvoted himself. That I wouldn't be surprised, bro, because I was literally baffled. I was like, you guys have to be trolling me. Giving me friggin' heart palpitations talking about this shit. Oh, man. Ninja Theory must have photographed every rock in Iceland by now. Dude, that shit's funny. I'm just saying that, like, when you think about some of a lot of the issues, frankly, that have been plaguing Microsoft, that have been plaguing Xbox Game Studios, and when you see the constant defending, this is what bothers me, because I know people think I hate Microsoft and I hate Xbox. I get it. I'm not going to be able to change your minds. I'm not here to change your mind, but I'm just pointing out that I came to PlayStation because they have their shit together. Okay? I give PlayStation my money because they have their shit together. I know when I pay full price for a game from PlayStation, I am getting a quality video game, and I'm not sitting around waiting year after year for them to fucking deliver something. So, yeah, you could argue, well, then I guess I don't really need to pay too much attention to Microsoft, but at the same time, it's like, dude, I've always, to a degree, been an Xbox fan, and for the longest, I am perpetually perplexed. That's right, perpetually perplexed by the defense force that comes out from Microsoft with the shit that's going on there. And I am genuinely baffled by how bulletproof Phil Spencer seems to be. Where, dude, I don't get it. Like, you can go a whole year with like virtually no major game releases, and we are now in 2023, and then, oh, here's our Xbox Direct. And there's even rumors circulating that Starfield's going to get delayed again. And yet I see people coming out to bat for Microsoft and Phil Spencer. And you know what? That's fine, man. Like, at some point, I got to lay down my, I got to lay it all down, because it's like, I don't think it's going to get any better. I don't. Like, I see people tell me all the time, it's good, it's great, it's getting there, and I'm like, I'm not, dude. I'm not sure if I'm going to tune in to this Xbox Direct. I'm not sure, because a part of me is like, are they really going to show me something that's going to convince me? Like, do I really think that? Am I actually excited for this? Am I just going to stream this just to do, hang out with my audience for the lulz? I might, dude, because, and you know what? I feel like worst case scenario, maybe I'll end up pleasantly surprised, man. Maybe I'll end up pleasantly surprised, but I can't, man. It's not an Xbox. What is it called? A developer direct? I don't know what they're calling it. I don't know what the hell they're calling it anymore. Metal Gear Solid MGSR SOP begins. I'm sorry, dude. I'm just so frustrated, because the PlayStation news this week has been pretty scarce. There's been some stuff, but a lot of the headlines have been dominated by Microsoft related stuff. And because of that, I'm just seeing a lot more conversation. I'm seeing a lot more opinions and whatnot. And I don't understand how people can have faith in Xbox Game Studios after Halo Infinite. Like, how? How can you have any faith in them? I need to know. Is it because you don't actually have faith in Xbox Game Studios? Instead, you have faith in Bethesda Studios? You have faith in Starfield? You have faith in Redfall, Arcane, right? Like, that makes sense to me, but I just don't understand. I don't understand, man. It's insane. It's insane to me. It's insane. And I get, like, look, I get that there are some Xbox fans who feel kind of bad, where it's like, of course, like, I'm not saying that they're happy that 343 dropped the ball, right? They're not. And I'm not saying that they got to, like, throw their Xbox out the window and be like, I'm done. But it's just, I don't know, man. At what point does it, like, become clear that, this community has been asking for a long time, dude. And the only thing Phil Spencer has been saying year after year after year is next E3. Next E3. I'm more excited about the games we're going to show next year. And dude, we're still not there. And this is supposed to be the time. Like, now is the time. This year's the year. This next 6 months or the next 6 months. And we're going to fucking see. We're going to see. Because this is getting in. I'm perplexed, as you can tell. I think I need to drink more coffee. I think that's what I need to do. A quote from Phil Spencer. I think this was in 2012? Something like that. Quote from Phil Spencer. If we lose our way with Halo, we lose our way with Xbox. Okay, well, there we go then. Now we know there's the answer to everything. Now we know why Xbox is lost. God. Final thing I'm going to say, probably not for now, and I'm going to move on to these super chats. Just got to say one last thing. Dude, do you know what scares me? Do you know what scares me about Microsoft's leadership right now? It's not that they're acquiring studios. It's not that they're buying publishers, because I get that. It's not Game Pass. I get that. What scares me is that they are still willing to leave Halo in the hands of 343 Industries after everything that's happened. To me, that tells me all I need to know. That is scary. I've actually seen Halo fans on the 343 response that they're still working on Halo angry and upset. And I'm happy because it's like, thank you. I'm glad there's some sanity out here where people are like, this is a major L. Like, Microsoft, you got to give Halo to anybody, please. But, you also have to consider, you know what? And I'm gonna say this. I know this is a bit of a 180 right now, unexpected turn. You do have to begin to wonder, maybe at some point you have to look from a broader perspective. Maybe it actually isn't 343 Industries. The reason why I say this is because if you're seeing multiple developers who have already left 343 Industries, by the way, basically coming together and coming out and collectively pointing the finger at Microsoft and their management, they're basically saying, like, you guys want to know why 343 Industries sucks? You guys want to know why Halo is like practically dead now? Yeah, it's because of them. And you know what? I had to think about this, and I'm like, you know what? That is true. Like, at the end of the day, the buck stops with Matt Booty, the head of Xbox Game Studios. The buck stops with Phil Spencer, the head of gaming at Microsoft. And it's just, it's pretty fucking telling when you have a quote from the man who's in charge of all of gaming at Microsoft saying, if we lose Halo, if we lose our way with Halo, we lose our way with Xbox. And now you have Halo developers coming out, pointing the finger, placing the blame. I could only imagine if the roles were reversed and this was some shit we were seeing with like Naughty Dog and Sony. Oh, I could only imagine what they would be saying, right? So there it is. That I had to make sure to mention that with this whole Microsoft conversation, because I came across this throughout the week on Twitter, all these developers coming out. And I just want to say here, I should just read it to you so you know who there's multiple developers, but the most prominent was Patrick Wren. He was the former senior multiplayer designer at Halo. So he worked on Halo Infinite. He was the lead multiplayer designer. He was the dude that was leading a charge for Microsoft's big live service effort. And he said on January 18th, 2023, the layoffs at 343 Industries shouldn't have happened, and Halo Infinite should be in a better state. The reason for both of those things is incompetent leadership up top during Halo Infinite development, causing massive stress on those working hard to make Halo the best it could be. He goes on to say, the people I worked with every day were passionate about Halo and wanted to make something great for the fans. They helped push for a better Halo and got laid off for it. Devs still there are working hard on that dream. Look at Forge. Be kind to them during this awful time. And he also followed it up by saying that he wasn't referring to the leadership at 343. He says, I do want to make sure that I call out how amazing the multiplayer leadership team was during development. So to me, it's pretty clear. Like, it doesn't get any more clear than that, like, who's he talking about? Because the amount of Xbox fans, at least on Twitter, that have told me he's talking about the leadership at 343. Maybe you're right. Maybe he could be referencing Bonnie Ross. But again, at the end of the day, he's pointing the leadership at Microsoft because the buck stops with them. At the end of the day, Matt Booty, Phil Spencer, they make all the decisions. That's just how it is. So if 343 Industries had bad leadership at the top of their studio and Phil and Matt decided they're not going to do anything about it, at that point, we're just playing the blame game. And you know what? This is where I do kind of feel sorry. And this is why, if you think about it, it all kind of comes round now, doesn't it? Because we've talked about the layoffs earlier, and we talk about how necessary are these layoffs. Imagine a world where Halo Infinite wasn't a flop, and the management at Microsoft was competent, and a bunch of developers from 343, they're not like 343 wasn't the highlight of the layoffs on the Xbox division. You see where it's like mistakes are made, consequences are rendered, and the worst part of it all is some of it just seems so fucking avoidable. Saying MBG, they have done something. Bonnie Ross is gone. Yeah, that's true. That's true. And I mean, maybe this does open the door to now better leadership, better management. But I do worry, like, has the damage already been done? I genuinely wonder that. Because I never thought, as somebody who has followed Xbox for many, many years, I never thought we would see the day where we would be collectively viewing Xbox and basically everybody looks at each other and says, yeah, Halo seems to be done. And Starfield from Bethesda. And it's like, what happened? Like, what happened, guys? Oh, it is what it is. This is why I worry. This is why I worry about the gaming industry. And I had that whole rant that I had earlier because I don't know, man. I don't want to see this shit keep happening. I know not every game can be a mega hit, but this is getting crazy. And I'm going to be honest too. I do worry a little bit. You know, Microsoft couldn't make a Halo live service game work, guys. Think about that. Microsoft could not make a Halo live service game work. Oh, it's going to... Sony has a long road ahead with this live service stuff, dude. I do have more confidence in Sony, just due to the quality bar, the quality seal that I know that, like, I don't think Sony would allow Naughty Dog, or I don't think Naughty Dog themselves would allow them. They wouldn't put out a game that doesn't hit some type of quality bar. And I tried to warn people. I'm sorry. I don't mean to keep going on, but I just got to get it out, man. I tried to warn people back in 2020 when everybody was clowning on Halo Infinite and Domino's was making fun of Halo. It was so bad. The actual Domino's Twitter account was dunking on Microsoft. It was insanity. People were really caught up in the hype. But Craig was going around, you know, you could argue Craig was the best thing that came out of all this, but I remember saying, guys, like, and they announced that they delayed Halo by a year. Okay? I just want to point out that I remember saying so many times, guys, I know that it's good we're seeing Microsoft acknowledge the blowback they're getting, and they're now delaying the game by a year. Let's not forget that somebody at Microsoft, Phil Spencer, Matt Booty, they signed off. They signed off on Halo Infinite, that demo in 2020. And those are still the same people that are in charge at Xbox now. That's it. I rest my case. All right, let me see. Where did I leave off here? I got quite a few super chats we're going to start diving into here. Subtext, you're saying, I have kept a moral high ground on The Last of Us remake, but I hate to admit that my ape brain wants to buy it now after seeing the show. Dude, well, you know what? Here's the thing. If I'm not mistaken, The Last of Us Part 1 is $50 now. So, you know, I remember that one of the biggest arguments to be had with The Last of Us Part 1 is that, well, look, Sony, if you're going to remake The Last of Us again, do you got to charge $70? It's pretty egregious. It feels like it should be a $50 game, like a Miles Morales type thing. And yeah, and there's a trial on PS Plus Premium. So for 2 hours, I believe. So yeah, I mean, dude, honestly, I'd say $50 for The Last of Us Part 1. Go for it, man. That's not a bad deal. Because The Last of Us Part 1, you can tell there's a lot of work done to it. And it still holds up. It's an amazing game. Still my favorite Last of Us game. So I highly recommend going for it as long as you can afford to do so. Oh, and you know what? You're talking about really quick, you're talking about The Last of Us Part 1. I saw at least one person freaking out that the PC version of The Last of Us Part 1 is coming out in March. So just in like, a month and a half or so. And it's going to be $50, if I'm not mistaken. $50 for the PC version. And I saw somebody freaking out. They're like, dude, how can Sony charge $70 for PS5 owners and $50 for PC? And I got to point out, like, I know for a fact that person I saw was not the only person with that take. And we have to acknowledge here, guys, PC players had to wait for this game. And the PS5 version is also now $50. So pretty much, if you're a PlayStation player who didn't want first dibs on The Last of Us Part 1 and you waited, like subtext here, you're now getting it at the same price point. You see? Like Sony's intent, Sony's strategy is so abundantly clear. People can't even get mad anymore. You just can't, because it's like the amount of people when The Last of Us Part 1 came out that said, listen, just wait a couple months, and you can get it at a discount price. You'll get it at the price that seems fair. And look at where we are now. So Sony is obviously trying to maximize. I'm not justifying it, but I'm just saying Sony knows X amount of people are going to pay $70 for this game because they want it now. And some people have no shame in that. They're like, yes, I want it now and I'm paying for it now. That's fine. But Sony also is, as soon as they get that, as soon as they get all the initial sales and it slows down, okay, $50. So it's like, look, a little bit of patience can go a long way for your wallet in the gaming industry, mostly. So there you go. PlayStation Pete, you're saying after playing The Last of Us, got carpal tunnel, wearing a brace, maybe I will invest in the disability controller instead of a DualSense Edge. Yeah, dude, carpal tunnel can be debilitating completely when it comes to playing video games. I've heard of quite a few people. I hope that's not an issue I end up developing. I've had slight bouts of carpal tunnel in the past, but I think it was from like working out or something. And luckily it doesn't bother me. I've heard of people who like specifically with the DualSense, it gives them carpal tunnel, and that sucks, and you're talking about the DualSense Edge. I mean, yeah, it's the only thing is with the disability controller from Sony, we still don't have a release date or a price point. So it's like, I don't know. I have no idea how expensive it's going to be or when exactly it's going to come out. But yeah, man, I hope you can make it work with that brace, because carpal tunnel is no joke, man. 18 May, you didn't say anything, but you gave a generous $20 super chat donation. So thank you so much for that, buddy. I really appreciate that support. Leo Jimmy saying, MBG, I just got here. What happened? You're going off. Why are you going off? Well, hopefully you have a little bit more context now, man, because you put the super chat in at 12:44 over an hour ago. I apologize for just getting to these super chats now, but yeah, I have 3 cups of coffee. I'm on my 3rd cup of coffee today. That's what's happening, bro. The energy is just on another level. I might just do this from now on. I might just every Sunday will be my 3 cups of coffee. That'll be my 3 cups of coffee throughout the week. That'll be what it is. Not to get used to it, If I have 3 cups every day, I'll get adjusted. So thank you for that, Leo Jimmy. Space D, you're saying, I'll expect the same energy when Sony layoffs come. Well, man, that's the thing is I'm not saying that Sony isn't going to lay off employees. They might, dude. But maybe now it makes more sense why Sony was like, okay, we're increasing the price of our games. We have to recoup that cost. We're increasing. We have to increase the price of the PS5 so we don't start bleeding money. I'm just saying that maybe these. I'm not saying I know. I'm just saying maybe. I'm speculating. Maybe these are the. Look at the way Sony operates versus the way Microsoft operates. Everything Microsoft's doing in the Xbox division is losing them money. A lot of the things, I know people want to call Sony greedy as hell for doing things to make their brand and their company money, but it's like, I don't know, man. It's maybe these are the things that are helping them ensure that they don't have to make dramatic, like huge cuts or something, I don't know. Sony spends money too. Sony spends $3.6 billion on Bungie, but I mean, come on, $3.6 billion is a drop in the bucket compared. But I will tell you this, man. If Sony announces layoffs, I'm going to be pretty disappointed in that too, because it's like, dude, Sony, come on. Like, you're out here saying you need $10 for the PS5 upgrades. You're out here charging more for your subscription service than the competitor. You're out here telling me why you need to increase the price of your games. You're doing all this stuff, increasing the price of the PS5. Fine. Like I can rationalize all of that. But then if they announce, well, we're also laying off a bunch of employees, I'm like, really? Now, I don't know. It might be, if it's specifically from the gaming division, I'm going to be a little bit concerned at that point. I'll be honest. You're saying, how do layoffs affect gamers? Well, it really depends, man. How do layoffs affect gaming? It depends, dude. Oh, okay. They don't. The dude is coming in here to ask a question to then just give me an answer. Thank you for that, the dude. There we go, guys. Absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. I mean, maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I mean, like, if you're talking just like purely surface level, maybe you're right. I'm not going to say that, like, man, I'm going to enjoy playing my PlayStation less because Microsoft laid off 10,000 employees. I get what you're saying. I guess it just feels bad. That's all. It feels fucking bad. It sucks. It does. And I think at the very least you could agree with that. So at the end of the day, I will say this though. When it comes to layoffs in the gaming industry, it is kind of a bad sign, dude. Like truthfully, it means that things are not going as well as they should. You know? You're saying layoffs means fewer games. That's how it affects gamers. It's true, dude. It is true to a degree. I mean, you look at Ubisoft. Ubisoft just canceled 7 fucking games in total. And when they were asked why, they said, oh, because these aren't the games that gamers want. Now, do I doubt that? Absolutely not. I actually believe that 100%. I'm like, dude, God knows what you guys were working on in there. They probably were asking to be canceled. But again, that's failed leadership, where it's like, if you had maybe, I don't know, read the room a little bit, kind of figured out what it is gamers do want, and then greenlit maybe not 7 projects, but half that, like 3-4 projects. You know what I mean? So yeah, in a way it does. It all depends on the cause of the layoffs. You know what I mean? Like in Ubisoft's case, I'm going to be honest, like in Ubisoft's case, when they're going to start laying people off more than likely. I don't know. From what I've heard about Ubisoft, and maybe the same can be said for Microsoft, I'm sure it can to a degree. I've heard that Ubisoft has way more employees than they have any business having. Like it's apparently it's like absurd how much overhead they have in terms of just their workforce. So I don't know if there's truth to that, but you know, I wouldn't be surprised if layoffs come Ubisoft's way. And you know, it's just, you're saying they're still hiring plenty. Yeah, I don't know, man. I will say this. I'm not jealous and I'm not envious of these jobs, man. Like these high corporate executives that have to make these decisions. Like I'm not jealous of that because it's like, you know, I'm a human being and I could very easily see myself making some serious mistakes. So I try to understand that from a human standpoint. I'm not perfect, you know, but at the same time, are these guys, are these people that are in charge not being paid the, you know, buku bucks to make these tough decisions? So it kind of makes sense that, like, you know, you make the wrong decision, you make bad decisions, the hammer comes down, man. The hammer comes down. Because when it's going good, it's going good. And when it's going bad, it's going to go real bad. I don't know. Mark Lovin, sorry, I think I'm saying that correct now. I can't help it. I feel like your name is Lovin, but Lovin makes more sense. Happy Sunday. Hope all is good. You ready for Dead Space? I am ready for Dead Space, man. I am ready for Dead Space. I'm looking forward to it. You know, this is where it's like I had to make a decision. Do I go with Forspoken or do I go with Dead Space? And I'm like, you know, being totally honest, I'm way more excited for Dead Space than Forspoken. So I gotta stay true to my gut here, and that's what I'm going with. So I'm looking forward to it, and hope all is good with you too, man. Titus Crow, you're saying absolutely right. MBG, it's only so people with money will make more. There is nothing normal about how humans are being treated now. Good take. Well, thank you for that, man. I mean, I'm not like an extremist in any direction. You know what I mean? Like I'm not all the way left, all the way right. I mean, I kind of view myself as like I just try to view things from as best I can from a logical perspective, and also a human perspective as much as I can. And I admit that it's hard, man, because like no matter how logical you want to be, no matter how human you want to be, no matter how much you want to uh, sympathize and empathize, it doesn't make it any easier. Like you realize that there's no easy solution, and that in and of itself, I think, is the crux of the problem. There is no simple, easy solution, and I'm glad you appreciate it, man. I'm glad you appreciate some of my takes. William Maglor, you're saying PlayStation's strategy is to preserve and sustain the big AAA single-player story-based games by having at least one or two successful online multiplayer games, not to get rid of single-player, but to keep it. Exactly, William. That's it. That's exactly what I've been trying to point out. That it's like, you know, you see the choices that Sony's making, and some people see it as like red flags, like why are you doing so many multiplayer games? What's going on here? But I agree wholeheartedly, dude. If anything, the strategy that Sony is employing is to ensure that if one of their single player games doesn't do as good as it needs to do, it's not that big of a deal. They can afford that, you know? It can cushion that blow, so to speak. So I agree wholeheartedly, William. And I think that's the only concern you have to have at that point is what if Sony doesn't find success with any of their multiplayer games, or at least the type of success that that they are hoping to get. You gotta it almost makes you wonder, like, should PlayStation fans be rooting for multiplayer games? Because I think sometimes the mentality from some PlayStation fans that I see is, I hope they all fail. I hope every single live service or multiplayer PlayStation game fails, because I don't care about them at all. And it's like, but what if at the end of the day, it's like, if Sony doesn't find any success in the multiplayer live service space, what if that means that they're going to really struggle to grow in the single player area? But there's also the other side of the coin where it's like, well, maybe that would be better. Maybe high stakes, high reward, back against the wall type, like, this is our bread and butter, we can't have this fail. But I think that the truth is it doesn't work that way. I'm going to be honest. As I used to think that it worked that way, but now I'm looking at Ubisoft, not to keep referencing them, but they're a great reference point right now. Look at Ubisoft, man. Like, Ubisoft has multiple winning formulas for them. And yet, what happens? It begins to stagnate to a degree, right? And I think Sony is a little bit fearful that, well, we can't. Sony can continue to greenlight AAA IP as much as they want. But it's like, if we continue to greenlight AAA new IP at the rate that we are, it's almost, like I said earlier, it's like a guarantee that something's going to fail, and it's going to fail hard. And what do we do then? Like, that's going to be a devastating blow to us. And that's where, you have to begin to question, like, well, we want to keep greenlighting new IP like we are. And it's in Sony's best interest to greenlight new IP. And if any video game publisher has the most incentive to keep greenlighting new IP, it's Sony, because I think Sony has complete faith in their studios. Why shouldn't they? Look at the franchises that they've delivered. I think Sony has a ton of faith. And I think that a lot of these studios love making new IP. I think that's why Sony Bend. Dude, Sony Bend, even after Days Gone, yeah, sure, maybe it didn't get the critical acclaim that Sony was hoping, but look at how it's sold. And they're just like, go ahead, make a new AAA IP, go for it. They're going to, this is after a tumultuous 7-year development cycle, but it's because I think that they truly believe that, dude, Sony Bend can deliver something amazing. We know they can, right? But we'll see, man. We'll see. I'm very interested to see I'm very interested to see how these multiplayer games pan out for Sony. Wow, I'm really behind on super chats. I got to start moving through these. Sorry, guys. I appreciate it a lot, though. Thank you. Lyro, you're saying, I think your son will love the Patapon and Loco Roco series on PS4 and 5. They're classic PSP Japan studio games that are extremely fun. I recommend it. Yeah, I might look into that, man, because he's getting there. He's not quite there yet. He's not quite ready to play like console games. I've been sitting him down with me and, just showing him some Astrobot, and he's definitely interested, but he doesn't fully... He's not fully there where it's like he understands how to play the game yet. But when he does, I'm definitely going to start getting him into some of these games. But Loco Roco and Patapon, I'll try to keep that in mind, dude. Thank you. Josh, you're saying, I saw Xbox channels acting like they were upset about the layoffs, and the very next day they're putting out videos how the Activision Blizzard acquisition is good. That's what I mean, man. It's not a good look. It's not a good look. I feel like the best argument, like if I was, I'll put it this way, like if I was an Xbox centric channel right now, the only thing I'd really be focused on right now, if I was really trying to find like a good angle, is I would just simply be saying, well, hey, like I'm looking forward, and I'm sure that this is what they're saying. I don't watch them or listen to them, but I'm assuming that they're saying, I'm looking forward to getting access to Activision Blizzard games through Game Pass, because you know how it is, guys. It's just Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass, everything Game Pass. It's all about Game Pass. Game Pass, you ready for this? Quote this, right? Game Pass is to the Xbox fan what a AAA exclusive is to the PlayStation fan. See that's kind of, I feel like, where we're at right now. So, I'm going to be honest, man, I'm not surprised. I understand to a degree, like, I don't know. I genuinely wonder, and I mean this, like, I genuinely wonder, what are Sony fans, what would PlayStation fans, the entire PlayStation fan base as a whole, how would they react? How would we react if Sony made a massive publisher acquisition like Sony? Or like Microsoft is with Activision. I really wonder that, because I feel like initially that, like, people, a lot of PlayStation fans would be like, suck it. Like, we can do it too. Suck on that, Microsoft. Like, you're not the only one. But I think then the reality would begin to dawn on like the PlayStation fan base that it's like, I mean, none of these games are going to be exclusive, right? Like this is like, you see what I'm saying? Like, you're not really going to get any benefit from this, if that makes sense. That's the thing. And I feel like that's the one thing that Microsoft really can push really hard here is they can lean in on the consumer side of, well, you can be excited about this acquisition because it benefits Game Pass subscribers. To whereas right now, I mean, Sony could make an acquisition to benefit PlayStation Plus, but I don't know. I think, I'm going to be honest, I think Sony's been doing great with PS Plus Extra. I think that they've actually made PlayStation Plus Extra mostly a very viable competitor to a degree with Game Pass, but other than, them not launching their games day and date, and it's a little bit more expensive, I do feel that it's just, you could still see like Sony's not there, and I don't know that they're going to get there. I don't know, man. I would love to get more insight into Jim Ryan and his men. I wish Jim Ryan would do more interviews. I mean, I know why he doesn't. Jim Ryan has a tendency to sometimes say things he regrets later on. But I would love to get more interviews with Jim Ryan, because I would just love to get more insight. It sucks to be getting like secondhand information from like supposed insiders or inside information about like, oh, Jim Ryan, this is what Jim Ryan said about Game Pass and how Sony views it. And it's like, I would just love for him to give an interview and make that clear, or just say that straight up. It sucks to kind of get this information on the. And speaking of which, I think we're long overdue for some type of interview, PR run with Jim Ryan or something, because every year there's a new, there's a shift in Sony's goals and what they're striving for. I feel like that's kind of the unpredictable spot that Sony's in right now, to whereas Microsoft, I feel like Microsoft has been beating the same drum for many years now, and it's not changing. It's not going to change. And as Game Pass, Game Pass, Game Pass, that's our future. And I get that. But with Sony, they've been kind of all over the place where they're like, yeah, single player, but we're doing multiplayer. Oh, and we got this new PS Plus service. Oh, and we're doing games on PC. Oh, and we have a new mobile effort. And we're also investing in cloud. And it's like, yeah, but like what's really what are you really leaning in on here? And you could argue that maybe this is where, I don't know, you're starting to see the success of like The Last of Us HBO, right? We just had a new mobile Sackboy game apparently released or announced. You're starting to see the hype build up a little bit for The Last of Us multiplayer. We talked about, again, I have to emphasize it again, 500 days since the last PlayStation showcase. You can just start to kind of get this feeling that, you could, like, Sony, they have their hands, I guess you could say, in a lot of different jars, so to speak. And I'm just really wondering, like, there's going to be something that rises up from all of this, and it's not going to be single player. And the reason why it's not going to be single player is because we're already there. Like, there's already a pillar underneath Sony, or PlayStation, I should say, and that is the single player narrative experience. This is why Herman Hulst has said over and over again that that's not changing yet, because that's a core pillar. Right now, Sony's trying to build a second core pillar to stand alongside that, and I'm so curious to see where does that. What's going to do it? Is it going to be the multiplayer? Is it going to be a live service game? Is it going to be something in mobile? Is it going to be what PlayStation Productions is doing, right? Or could it maybe be all of them? It's very interesting times for PlayStation. And that's why I feel like I'm really interested to hear more from Jim Ryan and Herman Holston, leadership at Sony. Because it's not that they're not transparent. It's just that things move so quick and they're doing so many things at once. It's like, I feel like we need an update over here, Jim. Like, what's going on? PlayStation Productions is 2 for 2. Yes, they are. Gran Turismo is going to be an interesting one, man. If they can hit 3 for 3 with Gran Turismo, man, that would be impressive. That would be very impressive. Also, I really want to see what they do with the Ghost of Tsushima movie. I love Ghost of Tsushima, and I feel like that would make an amazing movie. I hope they nail that. Didn't they get the director of John Wick, if I'm not mistaken? I'm pretty sure we covered that. They had the director of John Wick to do the Ghost of Tsushima movie, which is awesome. Like, that makes me very hype, by itself. Himanshu Yadav, you're saying, MBG, do you watch any kind of sports? I used to be really in the football, but I kind of fell off of it, I mean, I used to watch a little bit of basketball, like, way back. Never really got into baseball, but in general, I don't know. I've never really been too big into sports, but the one sport that I did get into for quite some time was football. But I've in the past like 5 years or so, I've really fallen off. And I'm going to be honest, like, at this point in my life, I don't know why. I just feel like I have no interest, or very, very little interest in oh, by the way, when I say football, I mean American football, just for, clarity's sake. But in more recent years, I've kind of discovered that I have no interest in sports anymore. I don't know why. I used to play a lot of sports as a kid, not so much now. I'm pretty athletic. I was very athletic. I don't know if maybe I've lost my touch over the years, but now I'm like, I'm more into just general fitness and health and stuff like that. And sports, one thing I don't miss about watching football is the stress of it, And I don't miss all the advertisements either. Like, the one thing that killed me watching American football is just there's too many there's just too many advertisements. It's like listening to radio, you know what I mean? Like, you want to enjoy it, but it's too much. But you know what I will I watch the Super Bowl usually each year. I know there's going to be a Breaking Bad commercial this year with the Super Bowl where Jesse and Walter White are returning apparently for, what are they? Dude, they're doing an ad. They're bringing back Breaking Bad for an ad for Pop Corners. I think that's what they're called. It's like a snack, and they're actually amazing. And I'm yes, that's right. I'm talking about watching a football game where I'm more excited for for the ads. But that's I feel like that's how it is with the Super Bowl, right? Like everybody gets excited for the advertisements. And that's I think it's just the most ironic thing, because the one thing that I hate the most about watching football becomes the thing I look forward to most when watching. Saying GTA 6 Super Bowl ad, wouldn't that be funny? That would be insane. It would be smart. That would actually be very smart. Miguel, you're saying SE and Sony are grifters. Babylon's Fall shouldn't have been free to play, and Forspoken being a premium 80 or $70, they both got that only on PlayStation seal of quality. Why? Well, man, I think it's also let's be honest. Babylon's Fall, dude, that was a train wreck beyond belief. Like I can't even believe what happened to Babylon's Fall. Like isn't that game already shut down permanently? We're not even going to talk about that. Oh God. Yeah. And you talk about, see, the thing about Forspoken, it's hard for me to be too hard on it, because I feel like you can identify the potential in Forspoken. Like, I feel like if I saw like early development pitches and early builds and concepts of what Forspoken is going to be, and I would be like, yeah, dude, this is going to be huge. It's going to be amazing. And even when we saw early stuff of Project Athia, again, I feel like there was, the best way to put it is, I feel like there was this mystery and this intrigue surrounding Forspoken. And then one day they showed that trailer where the dragon flew out, and the main protagonist was like, was that a fucking dragon? And it's like, oh, what is going on here? Like, that's not what I thought this game was going to be. And I just think, I'm telling you, like, from that day on, people were like, we have to see more. And I think that it's just been a mixed bag ever since. So, I do agree that it feels like, yeah, the only on PlayStation seal of quality, but I feel like it happens to all platform owners or holders. I mean, where it's like Sony, Microsoft, even Nintendo, right? Like they sign on these third-party deals, and you're gonna get duds. It's gonna happen. And who knows? I don't know. What would shock me is if the Forspoken reviews come out tomorrow, and it's sitting at like an 85 or something, or an 88. I would be shocked. I'd be like, no way, right? Like, that would be crazy. But it might it might still sell well. I saw apparently it's not doing too well from a technical standpoint on the PS5. Unfortunately, I've been seeing people pointing out that apparently it like can run as low as 720p, and I'm like, yikes! Like I get it. Like, I know it's apparently a demanding game, but that's, I don't know, man. If I'm not mistaken, isn't that the kind of stuff that a lot of PlayStation fans have pretty much dumped on certain third-party Xbox exclusives for? Like, that's where I start to feel like we do have to keep the same energy here, where it's like, did I see the PC specs? Apparently they're like ridiculously demanding, which I don't know what to make of that. Saying PC specs were atrocious. If you want 4K 60, yeah, I've been seeing people talk about that. I mean, I don't know, man. This is why I'm gonna be honest. Like, this is why I don't really dive into PC gaming too much, because I just don't have to worry about that shit. And I'm not saying it's like that for all games or most games. It's not. Apparently, like Returnal and especially Forspoken, apparently they're like outliers. You're saying 40 FPS at 720p, keep that same energy. Well, I'm sure Digital Foundry is going to do a full breakdown of the game, the full release and the final release, and I'm gonna be interested in paying attention to that stuff, because it's like, I'm not gonna lie, man. Like, it's gonna be a bad look There's just no way around it. If Forspoken is like having some problems performance-wise and technically, this is like the first PS5 only exclusive we've received since The Last of Us Part 1, and I'm not even counting The Last of Us Part 1, and it's not going to be a good look. And I get it, it's Square Enix. If Forspoken was a PlayStation Studio title, I have no doubt it would be it would run amazingly well on the PS5. Saying this is why games have a day one patch. Yeah, like I said, we'll see. We'll have to see what Digital Foundry's analysis says. MBG, are you interested in that Returnal lookalike game Scars Above coming out in February? Actually, yeah, that does look interesting to me. I'm going to keep my eye on that one. By the way, guys, hit that like button for me. Let's see if we can get up to 400 likes. I'd really appreciate that. Okay, Kapapa, you're saying, is it the bad world economy, inflation, and recession that are also impacting the games industry? Absolutely. Absolutely, yes. It's affecting everything, and the gaming industry is not immune to that, right? The gaming industry is not immune to the problems of the world economy, and I think a good chunk of what we're seeing right now is coming from that. But I also think it's happening at a time in the gaming industry where you see too much of the same stuff. And how many times do we watch events where it's like, oh, and there's We watched an event, it's like there were 3 to 4 games that literally look like Fortnite clones, and I bet you they all have a battle pass. You know what I mean? It's like, this is where it's becoming problematic. You have that in the AAA free-to-play space, and then we look at the AAA single-player space, and it seems to be hit or miss. In the AAA single-player space, you're either on top of your game, best of the best, or you're falling short of that, and because you're asking for a premium price, what would be maybe deemed a good game, like for example, let's just use Callisto Protocol. Like the Callisto Protocol is basically looked at as a okay to good game. Not necessarily, it's not rated as like a great, amazing, or masterpiece game, right? But we're at a time now where it's like a lot of people are going to look at just a good, okay game and say, that's not worth my time or money, especially my money right now. That's not worth $70 for me. And that's the thing is, I said this previously, that the problem with the increase of the price of AAA games also means there's an increase in pressure to make sure that you're going to have to make sure this game is on point for people not to be upset about paying $70 for it. I mean, yes, $10 is $10, but that's just the way it is. You're saying people are very harsh on games these days. You know what else? I'll tell you this too. Another reason for that, it may seem like people are overly harsh, but this is the nature of oversaturation. The reason why people are overly harsh on things is because there's just seemingly too much. There has been too much, and we are reaching a kind of ceiling in the gaming medium where it's like, finding games that AAA games, I'm talking about AAA games, not indie games. Indie games are where the most innovation is happening, obviously, because it's the least amount of risk. But finding truly innovative, truly groundbreaking AAA or even quad A games, as some publishers are now calling them, it's getting harder and harder. I mean, look at Elden Ring, for example. This is not a swipe at Elden Ring. If anything, it's good because Elden Ring is proof that you can still make waves with your AAA game, right? And make people kind of view things differently. But when you look at what Elden Ring actually did, if anything, it's like the risk that Elden Ring took is the open world groundbreaking? No. Is the exploration groundbreaking? No. Is the combat groundbreaking? No. Is anything about this game groundbreaking? Well, actually, to a lot of people, one thing in this game in particular is actually groundbreaking. And that is, at least in the AAA space, and that is they ultimately said there are basically rules we're supposed to follow for a AAA open world game. And we're just going to say fuck that to all those rules and not give a shit what people think. And people were like, oh my God. Like, they were like, holy shit. This is crazy. Because I've seen what people imagine if I want you to imagine Elden Ring with Ubisoft design. Is anything about that game groundbreaking? In my opinion, the answer is no. You see what I'm saying? And because think about what everybody was highlighting with Elden Ring. It's the fact, well, I guess you're right. Breath of the Wild did do it. I do think the scale of Elden Ring, the breadth of Elden Ring, if I can say that right, I think it's a little bit more. Well, then again, I don't know. I'm not trying to compare Elden Ring to Breath of the Wild, but I just mean that people were very much like, you know, and I want to make it clear, the only reason I'm Elden Ring by itself, like if you never played Dark Souls, if you never played Bloodborne, if you never played a Souls game or a Soulsborne game, then don't get me wrong. Elden Ring is absolutely groundbreaking to you in every area. I'm just saying the combat in Elden Ring was already there from Dark Souls, Bloodborne, and Demon Souls. The boss designs, mostly, there were certainly some unique ones, but, you know, if you play any Dark Souls game, Bloodborne, you're going to kind of get that flavor already. You know, same thing even with the you know, the feel of the combat, the options at your disposal, all of these things were there. The only difference is Elden Ring was like, we're going to do open world and we're not going to tell, like you're not going to know what to do and you're going to figure it out and you're going to just explore it. And that notion to a lot of people is groundbreaking in the AAA space because nobody else really, maybe other than Breath of the Wild, but since then, really nobody else has had the balls to do that. And now look at what Neil Druckmann's saying. Now Neil Druckmann's like, you know, I feel like with our next Naughty Dog game or going forward, we want more in, you know, we don't want to be in your face with the storytelling. And I'm like, interesting. See, so it does show that there is a inherent desire, not for necessarily, I mean, there's always a desire for inherent, like groundbreaking, brand new, innovative ideas in video games, but sometimes they're hit or miss. I mean, take Death Stranding, for example. You know, some people look at that game as like, wow, like this is a game like no other, truly unique, truly different. And I am one of those people. Like, I think, yeah, it is very different. It is very unique. And then, sorry, Brett, I got to get through these super chats. I just want to say that there are also some people that are like, this is just this is a delivery simulator, you know? So it's like, I see somebody saying, why all the hate on Elden Ring? Well, I mean, I don't know if people are hating on Elden Ring. I'm not hating on it. I think Elden Ring's great. Put 100 hours into it. You're saying you put 200 plus hours into Elden Ring, and I can tell you absolutely nothing about this story. Groundbreaking. See, there you go. All right, let me keep going here. Jenna Hayes, you're saying, MBG, I'm heading to your motherland in November. You're from Italy. Well, that's awesome, man. Yeah, that's awesome. I'm glad to hear you're visiting America. I hope you like it here. I hope it's everything you hope it is. I've never been to Italy. Wonder if I'll ever visit one day. I don't really travel, so, but that's cool to hear. You have to let me know what your experience is like. William Aguilar, you're saying GT7 has legs. It will continue to be in the top 20 for years, even after God of War drops off. Enthusiasts are waiting to get a PS5. At the end of the gen, GT will be a top seller. You know what? I think you're probably right about that. I could see that happening. Because the more I think about it, I'm like, you know, GT is one of those games that I think is a little bit different, where you're kind of totally okay just waiting to pick it up and waiting to play it. There's really no rush necessarily. And I think that it being available natively, you know, for PSVR 2, I think that's going to help it quite a bit as well. So we'll see, William. I'm going to be paying attention to the charts, and I'm assuming that when GT7 at some point is going to hit a sales milestone, I think Sony's going to announce that. I do. And I think that it will help us, you know, kind of gauge like, oh, okay, I think it could. I think it can end up being a 10 million seller for sure. I think that's like the. I don't know if that's like the minimum mark for Sony that they try to strive for with their big franchises is 10 million. It wouldn't surprise me if it was though. Sorry, hold on. All right, let me see here. So thank you for that, William. Josh Z, you're saying also people wonder why sequels don't take more risks. Look at how controversial The Last of Us 2 was because it did exactly that. People lost their minds. Yeah, I mean, that's what's tough because it's like, I think you're right in the sense that they definitely took a big risk with the story. But I just, I think the question that has to be asked with a game like that in particular is that the type of risk that people were asking for? Now, I don't think that's necessarily a fair question because I feel like, well, that's the problem is like if you're asking for a AAA video game developer to take a risk, you got to kind of leave it up to them to decide what their risk is going to be. And I don't think The Last of Us 2, I don't know. That's a weird game to me because I feel like it's a game that is objectively speaking and factually speaking a big success. It has sold 10 million copies. It's one of the most awarded games in gaming history. It's, critically acclaimed. Everything about it screams success, but at the same time, you're right. Like there is still this kind of like, I don't know, just this toxicity attached to it that it's like, I mean, I will admit when Naughty Dog like pitched to Sony executives, like, yeah, this is where we're going with the story. And they were just like, oh, okay, go for it. I mean, yeah, that is definitely a risky thing. And so we'll see, I feel like you look at God of War Ragnarok that just came out recently. I feel like that's kind of the antithesis of that, right? Where they didn't take any risks. Instead, they did the actual opposite where they're like, let's just kind of do what we set out to do. And like, we're not going to try to, it's kind of the fact that they were like, we're not trying to shock anybody necessarily, right? Like we're not trying to shock anybody. I think calling it conservative is good, but I kind of like that. I don't know. It's really weird because I have to admit, looking back, one of the things I loved and I hated about The Last of Us 2 was I kind of did love the fact that it really kind of captured it was just kind of, I don't want to say fun because fun is not the right word to use, but it was unexpected and it just happened so quick where there's stuff to talk about right now. Like we really got to talk. And I guess maybe for me in particular, maybe I had a little bit too much to say. I still have too much to say, but I kind of liked that about the game where it's like, I didn't enjoy it as much as most other people did, apparently. There's just things about it I did not like, but man, I kind of love to talk about it, And that made it interesting for me, probably because I'll tell you right now, if I didn't have a YouTube channel, I would have created a YouTube channel when The Last of Us 2 dropped because I just had to talk about that game, and what the hell happened, But I can definitely see why, maybe game developers look at that and they're like, we don't really want that much. You know what I mean? Like that's a bit much. It's a bit excessive for how much attention we're looking to get here. Because it was let's face it, a lot of it was very negative attention, a lot of it. And I don't know that developers necessarily are going after that. Plus on Black, you're saying you don't leave your people on the ground when they fall, man. You support them and help them grow. Not all games are a hit, but doesn't mean one couldn't be made down the line. I bought Forspoken. And you know what? Plus on Black, I mean this, more power to you for doing that because my whole thing right now is if there was nothing else to play, if Dead Space wasn't also coming out, I probably would say, you know what? All right, maybe I'll just bite the bullet and I'll take a chance on it because I'm just kind of desperate for something new to play, right? I want something new and maybe just hope that it works out. But I don't think there's anything wrong with what you're saying. You know, I mean this when I say it. Like, those who believe in Forspoken and those who are excited for it really have to show some extra support for it. And I think, you know, what you're saying about wanting to support it, wanting to see it grow, basically saying that you're okay if it's not a big hit right out of the gate, I think that's fine. You know, I do agree that, like, games like Forspoken and even recently with the Callisto Protocol, they do need that extra, like, well, I didn't love it, I didn't hate it, it was good or maybe all right, but I believe that, you know, if I supported it, hopefully other people support it, give it a chance and give it some good word of mouth, maybe it can, you know, because people talk about, like, the first Uncharted game. You know, there were plenty of people who would say that, like, dude, the first Uncharted really wasn't that great. Like, it was pretty rough in some areas. And you could see, like, the potential there, though. And then in the sequel, they really hit their stride. So yeah, there's definitely an argument to be made there. But that, again, it kind of it speaks about the current state of the AAA video game industry, where it's like, that doesn't really happen anymore, unfortunately. You know, like, I'll be honest, I don't think Death Stranding 2, because I see somebody mentioning in chat, I don't think Death Stranding 2 would have been greenlit if it wasn't Kojima. I'm just being real. Like, I feel like that game was a bit too divisive. I don't know exactly how well it sold, but then again, you also have to take into account how much it costs to make. But I don't know. Like, I feel like if it wasn't Kojima, I'm not sure that we would get a guaranteed, like, sequel for it. But that's the thing, though, is, like, we have no idea what Death Stranding 2 is going to be like. What if Death Stranding 2 is, like, a groundbreaking game? Like, it comes out, it's like, oh my God. Like, without Death Stranding 1, we couldn't have got, because I think Death Stranding 1 is great. I really enjoyed it, but I can understand why people don't. But if, like, Death Stranding 2 is like, this is Kojima's greatest work, this is, like, one of the best video games ever made. It's like, I'm talking like Elden Ring level. We would literally have to look at Death Stranding as, like, this was necessary to get to this. You know what I mean? And that's just harder and harder to come by these days, because a lot of video game publishers, they're not going to be willing, man. You know, they're not going to be willing, where it's like, if we pumped this amount of money into your game and we gave you this amount of resources and we were it's all about expectation, you know, and I don't think any AAA game is being developed with the expectation of, it's okay if it just does all right, we'll keep going. Like, I don't think so. You know, I think that, you know, somebody like Hideo Kojima, you kind of have to have that type of, you know, history and leverage to be able to make something like that happen. I feel like you know, what we're seeing with a game like I don't think Krafton is going to turn to Striking Distance Studio and be like, well, guys, we put $160 million into this game. We were hoping to sell 5 million, only sold 2 million. We're doing a sequel. We're going to give you even more money or the same amount of money. It's like that. I don't think that's going to happen, you know? And it's tough. It's tough, you know? Because you do have to wonder, like, if a sequel to the Callisto Protocol doesn't happen, what could it have been? You know? You never know. Figuratively literal. Thank you, man. You're saying, hey, MBG, about Final Fantasy VIII, you're saying it was mixed, largely due to the combat system, which was unintuitive. Final Fantasy 6, 7, and 10 are considered the best in Final Fantasy. 6 and 7 by fans, 7 and 10 by mainstream. Final Fantasy 12 was decent. 11 and 14 are MMOs. 13 through 15 are mixed. It's so funny, dude. I feel like each week I see more people are coming out and being like, yo, let me give you the breakdown of Final Fantasy history, okay? And it's interesting because, yeah, I mean, you're saying the combat in Final Fantasy VIII was unintuitive. In what way? I'm curious. It was because, I don't know, man. For me, when I think of Final Fantasy, I basically think of two types of combat, and I don't know how much variation there is in between. I either think of just straight turn-based, or actually I think of three. I either think of straight turn-based, I think of the hybrid system with Final Fantasy VII, and now with Final Fantasy 16, I'm just thinking of Devil May Cry. Now I'm not like a turn-based combat guy. I'm really not. And that's what made me a little bit nervous about Final Fantasy VII Remake, but I absolutely love the way they handled the combat in Remake. And that's why I'm curious to see like how much different Final Fantasy 16 is going to feel, because it's just full on looks like Devil May Cry, which is good because I love the combat in Devil May Cry as well. Just straight, fast-paced action, no pausing, nothing, just pure action. What was the... So 11 through 14 are MMOs, which is fascinating. And 13 and 15. Okay, my bad. 11 and 14 are MMOs, but 13 and 15 are mixed, not 13 through 15. Huh. What was the combat like in 13 and 15? Were they purely action-based games? Yeah, the history. I don't know, man. I was gonna say maybe I should go watch some videos on the history of Final Fantasy, but I don't need to. I got you guys here to just lay it all out for me. 13's combat was really good. Like, you know what I'm curious to know? Here's a question I have for like long-time Final Fantasy fans. Where does Final Fantasy VII's combat, Final Fantasy VII Remake, where does Final Fantasy VII Remake's combat rank for you in terms, out of all the games you played? That's what I'm curious about. Because, like, to me, Final Fantasy VII was pretty close to being top tier. Like, I can't really think of many other games where I'm like, they nailed it. You guys I see a lot of you guys, okay, so I'm not off base there. All right, good. I see a lot of you guys saying it was the best. Yeah, that's what I'm interested in seeing, because like I feel like Final Fantasy VII was really, really, really good. I was actually quite shocked when I first played it. I'm like, dude, this combat is insane. Like, I can't believe how good it is. And that's why I'm just so curious with Final Fantasy 16 to see if that's like, am I going to view Final Fantasy 16 as this feels better to play than 7, or is 7 still going to kind of edge it out? Final Fantasy VII Remake's combat is the best combat of all the Final Fantasy games so far. That's crazy. Wow. Yeah, I'm seeing some... You guys, based off of what I'm seeing in my chat, apparently it's like the cream of the crop. I see, now I feel bad, because I'm like, man, that's like my only experience with Final Fantasy. So my expectation is basically like, yeah, you experience the best of the best. And anything you experience that's not Final Fantasy VII Remake might not be as good. So you're saying 16 will probably feel better because it will have a jump button. Oh, yeah, dude. I didn't even think. Yeah, you're right. That jump button is a difference maker. Hell yeah. I'm excited, man. I'm excited to see more Final Fantasy. So thank you for that figuratively literal. Samson, you're saying you are right. Every year, wait for E3. It's been 10 years now. Yeah, it kind of has, man. And then True Witty says, don't forget Aaron Greenberg. He's in charge too. So these are in reference to some of the stuff we were talking about earlier. Yeah, dude, I don't even know. I just want to put this out there because this is sad, bro. Like, I legit felt bad for Aaron Greenberg, because I'm like, no one told this man. No one told this man. For those who don't know, Aaron Greenberg is the head of Xbox marketing. He's like the top guy of their marketing. At the beginning of last week, he tweeted out, should be an exciting week. And this was happening when there were rumors of the what's it called? The Xbox show that's coming up, the Developer Direct. And granted, it did come true. Like, yes, it's a good week for fans who were looking forward to this Developer Direct, but he also happened to tweet it out the same week of these layoffs. And it's like, oh, God, dude. Like, I feel like I just felt kind of bad, because I'm like, there's no way he knew, right? Because I feel like you could still tweet that and just be like, this is just for the fans. But like, man, that was... That was sad. That was sad. I'm curious though. I gotta say, I am genuinely curious as to how this developer direct is gonna go. Um, because what's interesting to me about Microsoft doing this is Microsoft does an E3 show every year, and this direct they're doing, the implication is that they're going to do them like on a somewhat regular basis. Like, I'm looking at this as something similar to Sony, and the focus for them though is on their first party stuff, right? So like, we're going to see Redfall, we're going to see, I think, Forza and Minecraft. So it's not going to be like a ton of games, but just focusing on a select few. And so I'm like wondering, what does that mean for their E3? And I'm also kind of wondering, they did confirm that Starfield's going to get its own dedicated show. So pretty much Microsoft is following Sony's footsteps in these dedicated stated plays for their big games, which I think is smart. I think that's a good idea. But now I'm wondering, like, I don't know, man. I got to talk about it. What is Sony going to do next? Because seeing this this developer direct from Microsoft come up, it's genuinely got me thinking, like, what is, because I'll tell you right now, it's tough, man, because I understand that like Sony has VR2 coming up, so it's like if Sony's next show is, okay, we're doing a like little dedicated VR2 show, I'm gonna be disappointed, just straight up. Like, I'm not gonna hate on it because I understand you got to do this. PSVR 2 is a big deal, but I'm going to be a little bit upset because I'm just like, I don't know, man. When I found out that it's been 500 days since a proper PlayStation showcase, I'm not going to lie. I felt a certain way. I'm like, really? 500 days? It's been that long? 500 days? I'm like, this? Really? So it's just got me thinking, like, I don't know, man. I don't know how you guys feel, but I would be more excited for a dedicated like Metal Gear event from Konami than a stated play at this point. Just being honest. Simply because I feel like I don't want to hear from Sony truthfully. I would rather like just do the next thing you do, just make it a huge showcase, like, and not do it when you're ready. But I don't know, man. I just need something. I need something. That's all I'm saying. I need something soon. And all signs right now are pointing to something Metal Gear related. And I don't know. What do you guys think? Do you guys think that we're gonna get like a Metal Gear announcement from Sony? I feel like we're not. And I'm trying to pinpoint right now, like, we got Quentin Flynn, voice actor of Raiden, saying, yeah, we got announcements coming up. Look forward to some announcements. I'm like, well, is that like from Konami, from Sony? What's going on? Luigi, you're saying bots and PC folks have gone delusional. And Luigi, thank you for becoming a member, man. I appreciate that. Oh God, yeah, I gotta press forward here, guys. I apologize. I did not realize how far back I was. So thank you for becoming a member, Luigi. I appreciate that support. Subtext, you're saying, I got a shocking text from an industry friend. Said he's 20 hours in the Forspoken, thought he would hate it, demo is bad, but thinks it's actually good, and hits his stride after 5 hours. I usually trust his taste. Well, that's interesting, man. This is what I'm interested in finding out. Like, I'm interested to find out, like, are people going to end up turning their opinion around on Forspoken? We're like, yeah, it's actually pretty good, man. It's pretty good. I don't know. I'll be totally honest with you guys. Look, I know some people might think like, whatever, man, you're just hating. I'm not trying to hate. Even if I loved everything about Forspoken, I cannot deal with the protagonist. and the dialogue. I just can't fucking do it, dude. I'm sorry. This is one of those rare instances where, like, I can deal with some cringe dialogue and, like, what to me is like just whatever, bro. But this is I'm like offended straight up. I'm just kidding. I'm not actually offended, but I can't. My ears are gonna fucking bleed. You know, the whole like, I can't. I just can't do it, man. You're saying so dramatic, man. I'm not trying to be dramatic. I just feel like I just can't play a game if every couple of minutes I'm going to be hearing some just cringe, like, whatever, man. Like, I don't want to hear it. I mean, I'm going to be honest. Like, I love Days Gone, but there were moments because I see people talking about Days Gone. Dude, there were moments in Days Gone where my buttons were being pushed a little bit. I'm like, Deacon, bro, I get it. Like, I get it. You got to always talk to yourself, please, God. And even in Horizon Forbidden West, like, I don't mind a character talking to themselves, but when it becomes like, there's something wrong with you. Like, there's something wrong with you. No one talks to themselves this much. And it's taking me out of it because I know that you were programmed to just keep talking because I'm playing the game, and I get that, but like, it really just, it gets too much. You're saying she's speaking to her arm, bro. I know that. And that's where it's like, okay, yeah, you know, there's an explanation, but I've got to admit, I've been watching gameplay, like I've been watching Leaf gameplay. I can't do it. I can't do it. I'm just straight up, I don't know who wrote this game. I don't know what they were thinking. I don't know if this is like a focus tested game or like they had a focus group, you know, kind of come in and be like, yeah. It's not the way she talks. Just to be clear, it's not like an accent or anything like that. It's just, it makes me just roll my fucking eyes. Like, bro, stop. She's a New Yorker in a fantasy world. I mean, dude, you're right. And maybe maybe those two just don't mix for me. You know, maybe those two don't mix for me. Oh, man. Maybe there's character development. You know, there was one thing that I came across. There was one thing I came across with the end boss fight. I'm just gonna say it. Like, it's not a spoiler. It's not. Like, it's a single word she says. So I just want to make it known. It's a single word, and I watched it because I like, people were pointing out. They're like, "What's going on with this writing here?" And I'm like, "Well, you know, sure, it's not that bad." So this is not a spoiler. I promise you, this is not a spoiler. It's a single word. At some point in the final boss battle in Forspoken, she says the word gaslighting. Like, she basically says she's being gaslit by the boss. And I'm like, no way. I'm like, there's just no way. There's no way. Who wrote this fucking game, dude? Like, who wrote this game? And for people to understand, like, why that, it's like, that's not a spoiler. My God, come on. Like, it's a single word, bro. You don't even know any. Now, I have the context here because I watched it, truthfully speaking, and I'm not saying anything more about it because there's really nothing to spoil. Like, I don't know the entirety of it, but I'm just sitting here being like, so let me get this straight. Let me get this straight. I'm meant to take this character seriously in this, you know, and her and who she is in this world, and she's basically yelling at a final boss that's trying to murder her, saying, "You're gaslighting me." Like, okay. I had to check out after that. I'm going to be honest. I had to check out after that where I'm like, yeah, I can't do this. I can't do this. Like, I almost have to wonder, like, the people who wrote like, do they understand what that means? Like, do they understand what they're saying here? Do they understand the context in which they're delivering this line? Whatever, man. It was strange, to say the least. You'd hate High on Life then? Oh my god. You know what, dude? I looked into that game. And you're right, dude. I was like, that ain't for me, bro. No, I can't do it. I can't, like, I was hearing all the rave reviews it was getting. I was like, oh, maybe there is something to this. And I get it. You know, like, I kind of get that it's like, I know what it's going for. I know what High on Life was going for, but I was watching some of it and I was like, okay. Like, it's like, all right, okay. You know what I mean? It's like a bit much. But High on Life, I don't know, man. I probably would enjoy that more if I had to choose between the two, because at least with High on Life, it knows what it's doing. You know what I mean? Like it's not hiding. Like, it's not trying to be something else and making you feel like, but I feel like you're trying to be this, but you're trying to convince me you're that. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, I don't know, man. I don't know. Like, I'll be interested to see what you guys have to say, truthfully, at this point. Like, I'm going to be paying attention to the reviews, but, you know, we're having this big conversation on Forspoken. I want you to let me know, you know, let me know what it's like for you, truthfully, you know, when we reconvene here next Sunday. For those of you who are going to play it, I'll definitely be interested to hear, you know, what you got to say. Yeah, I got to get to these super chats. I'm sorry. You're saying, so was the boss not gaslighting her? What's the problem? Oh, no, the problem, just to explain, because I'm sure maybe some people don't understand. The problem is that, like, the problem is that when if you're in a life or death battle, you know what I mean? If you're in a life or death battle where it's like, this is like, you're going to live or you're going to die. You guys are trying to kill each other. Like, who in their right mind would stop to say, you're gaslighting me? Like, what? That's a given, bro. Like, this person wants you dead. You shouldn't be worried if they're trying to gaslight you. This person wants you dead. Like, physically dead. It's just, it's so weird, bro. It's just the weird, it just doesn't make sense. You know? It's almost like, I don't know. It just felt like kind of, silly. That's all. And I just think that what was weird about it is you get, like, everything I'm hearing from Forspoken, it takes itself seriously. That's the thing. Like, it's taking itself pretty seriously. And it's just when you hear, like, certain pieces of dialogue, it's like, that makes me laugh, but not for the reasons I should be laughing. You know what I mean? I see somebody saying Marvel Syndrome. Yeah, dude, it's got that. That's kind of the vibe it's got, man, where it's like, I had like a Marvel movie marathon, dude, and I will admit, like, there's just some stuff where it's like, I'm tired. I'm just so tired. Like, I'm tired, you know? And sometimes I get to a point where I'm like, now I know why people loved Elden Ring, man. Now, because it's like, no one said shit. No one said shit. You just play the game and there's no one saying that. Maybe there's a couple lines of dialogue at some point and that's it. I'm kidding, of course. I'm kidding. But we'll see, man. We'll see how it goes. I know I'm being a bit over the top, but we'll see. We'll see how Forspoken ends up landing. You are maidenless. All right, let me see. Brett Williams, you're saying, imagine wanting something to fail because it isn't your taste. People had it their way, there wouldn't be a gaming industry. Variety is king. Yeah, that I agree with, man. Like, I'm not necessarily ever rooting for something to fail. For example, like if Forspoken does well or other game, eh, it's like I see there's a Starfield I think is getting a lot of flack to a degree. Like I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna be just totally honest. I think now that Starfield is going to release exclusively on the Microsoft platform, let's be honest. We know that there are some people that kind of want it to fail, like maybe they don't make it obvious or maybe some do make it obvious. But, this is I think something that that exists right now. Previously before it was a Microsoft game, I don't think some people were thinking that, and then now they are. Um and that to me it's like I can understand where that's coming from. Like if you just like really despise Xbox that much, like if you literally want Xbox to just die and go away, I get that. That's very extreme. I can say as somebody who is not interested in Starfield at all, I'm not rooting against it. Knowing that it's a game that Microsoft just ripped away from PlayStation fans and made exclusive, I'm not rooting for it to fail. I'm very intrigued by it because now Microsoft is positioning it as like this game's our big game. So it's like, all right, well, let's see how it does. But I'm not rooting for it to fail, And I think if anything, it's like, dude, the amount of work, the amount of time that went into Starfield, I hope it does well, man. Like it doesn't look bad to me. It doesn't look like my cup of tea, but it doesn't look bad, and I think it'll do just fine. You're saying, bro, you want to try Starfield. See, that's the thing, dude. It's not like that. Like if Starfield was coming to PS5, I probably wouldn't buy it, dude. It's not my kind of game. It's not. That's it's just how it is with me and Bethesda. I like some of Bethesda's games, but not their. I'm not into their RPGs. You could say maybe I'm missing out, but I don't know. They just every time I've tried to play them, I just could. It wasn't clicking. Wouldn't click for me. So, I don't know why. Echoes 93 are saying, I really want the factions game to succeed. Yeah, I hope so too, man. It's going to be pretty upsetting if Naughty Dog put all this time and resources into a dedicated multiplayer Last of Us game and it flops. That would be very disappointing. So I hope it does well too. Space Gambler Jr., member for 23 months, saying, so close to the new 24-month badge. Yeah, dude, you're right there. I appreciate the long-term support, bro. Really do. I hope you enjoy the badge, too. Thank you. Subtext, you're saying, no fear of live service. Everyone said they wished The Last of Us factions got more love. I'm praying this new multiplayer Last of Us game is the smash hit that it should be. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. Even with the original factions mode for Last of Us, there was like you could just tell, like, dude, this is such a basic, simple mode that they added, but there's so much promise here. There's just so much here that can be expanded upon. It's sitting right there, and that's why I got very excited. Honestly, I know that it was like a bit controversial when The Last of Us Part 2 came out, where they like announced that, hey guys, we're not going to have a multiplayer with it, but it's because we're actually doing something much bigger. And a lot of people were kind of upset about that, but I was like, hell yeah, dude, like let's go, let's see what you can do. I'm very excited to see more of it. I just hope I'm not let down. Big Nabs, you're saying I just pre-ordered Forspoken on disc for under 50. How'd you do that? Please share. But that's good. Axis Hawk, you're saying MBG thoughts on Forspoken. I'm very disappointed. Well, Axis Hawk, I'm sure you got my thoughts on it by this point. So hopefully, I gave enough insight there. True Witty, you're saying if Naughty Dog goes the Elden Ring route, I'll pass on them. I don't think they're going to go like literally make Elden Ring. Like there's going to be dialogue, you know what I mean? There's going to be characters, there's going to be story beats and points. I just think that they want to have more. I don't even necessarily think that it's environmental. Maybe it's environmental storytelling, but I think what Naughty Dog wants is just to present things that are basically like, you put two and two together, and get 4. You know, I think that's kind of what Naughty Dog wants to do from a story perspective, but there's no way like the next Naughty Dog game doesn't have a lot of dialogue and cutscenes and stuff. That'd be very, very interesting if they decided not to. I mean, at that point, they would practically be changing their genre a little bit, you know? And when you look at what a Naughty Dog's known for, the reason why I find Neil Druckmann's comment so fascinating about them wanting to hold the player's hand less and being inspired by games like Elden Ring and Inside is like, I don't know how that translates when it comes to a Naughty Dog game. But maybe that's the fun of it. That's what they're going to try to go for, is like, how do we make this work? That I'm interested in. Hicksock, you're saying Forspoken hate is undeserved. Graphics are great. 40 FPS quality, 1440p. Combat is in-depth and characters are cringe, but fun and fresh, like Final Fantasy VII Remake. Okay. I mean, again, I'll have to wait and see, man. Did people consider Final Fantasy VII's characters cringe? I mean, yeah, I guess there is some cringe there, but to me, it was like, I don't know, the flavor of Final Fantasy VII, it was one of these things where it's like, it is intentionally being this way, and it's kind of like, I don't know, it just felt like kind of silly, like, oh yeah, you know, it's endearing and whatnot. Because I definitely noticed some of that in Final Fantasy VII, but it was, I don't know, it felt like it just kind of, I don't know, it felt like it worked. I don't know. Zanarkhan Blitzer with a double super chat here saying, part 1, I didn't find Final Fantasy VIII's, I appreciate you putting the number there, 8's combat system unintuitive at all. I liked the junction system of 8. I wonder what that is. Once you figured out the system, you'll find the battles are more enjoyable. And then you say, part 2, Final Fantasy VIII was my first Final Fantasy. The triple triad card game in Final Fantasy VIII is fun and addicting as well. These names, dude, the names of these systems even sound daunting to me. But yeah, I don't know, man. I might have to go look that up. I might have to go look up just some Final Fantasy VIII combat. Now I'm kind of curious. Triple triad. Yeah, it sounds intense, doesn't it? I love the naming conventions of some of this stuff. Did I platinum Final Fantasy VII? No, I didn't feel the need to. I put like 50 hours into it, and I'm like, dude, I don't know, man. I'm good. I played the game. I got everything that I wanted out of it, and I didn't. That's actually one of those rare instances where I just was like totally content not trying to trophy hunt. I'm going to be honest. You know, I want to have a conversation about that in a little bit. Trophies, achievements, and how they're ruining my life. My gaming life, that is. I want to talk about that. So, thank you for that, Snarkan Blitzer. We have Magnum Visuals saying, I'll wait for the Dreamcast guy review. All right, then. We have Josh saying, MBG, I was holding off now with GT7 being the full game, I'm now saving up for PSVR 2. The launch lineup is actually insane, and I'm really excited. Yeah, dude, I gotta say, like, Sony is coming in with a lot more for PSVR 2 than even I was expecting, and I think that GT7 being the full playable game is a massive win. I think that is a massive win for VR2, but I think also just GT7 and Sony in general. Like, I think a lot of people may actually go out of their way now to try to secure a PSVR 2 with their PS5 for that. Even me, you know, like I'm at a point where I'm not in any rush to dive into VR, but I gotta say, like, there's some stuff there that's looking like, yeah, I could see that being like a mind-blowing moment. I could see my first experience with GT7 being in VR2 being something that's like, holy shit, you know? I saw that game Pavlov was announced for PSVR 2, and that actually, from what I've heard, is a really good game. I was trying to figure out if there's multiplayer for that. I couldn't tell. I think there's co-op. I don't know if there's like PvP, but I saw there's actually quite a bit of hype for Pavlov, which just kind of, you know, it's interesting because that was like already an established VR game. Yeah, it's like CSGO, and a lot of people were like, damn, dude, like, Sony ain't joking right now. So that's good to hear, Josh. Disco Cobra 2013. Thank you, man. You're saying not looking forward to Forspoken. Looks pretty mid. Dead Space remake next week looks decent. Sons of the Forest next month looks good as well. I got to look into that. I've been seeing a lot of people mention that game. It's not on my radar. And you're saying not sure which games we got for the next few months. Maybe RE4 remake. Well, yeah, there's Star Wars Jedi Survivor. There's Wild Hearts, which is like a Monster Hunter-esque game. There's Hogwarts Legacy. And there's definitely a good amount of games coming out for sure. And I think that, like, to me, it's one of those things where it could be problematic depending on how many of these games you're going to play. And yes, in April, we have the Horizon Forbidden West DLC. Yeah, I don't know, man. Dead Space remake, I'm hearing is really good. Like, I've been looking into it more, and it's interesting because it seems like they maybe changed a little bit more than what I was expecting. So that's interesting. Right now, RE4 remake, I hate it because it's like, yes, I know remakes, but dude, RE4 remake, you guys already know, like that's at the top of my list. Hogwarts Legacy is going to be fascinating because I am just not into Harry Potter, man. I'm not into Harry Potter, but I don't know. It looks like it could be a great game, dude. It has everything that I'm kind of look for in the quality AAA experience, you know? And so I know my wife's going to want to play it. So it's like, well, maybe I should just play it too. I feel like I'm going to have to pick that game up, man. I'm curious to see how Hogwarts Legacy reviews, simply because there is so much hype around it and it's obviously going to do really well no matter what. But I feel like I'm just wondering, is Hogwarts Legacy going to be like a game of the year contender? Like, is that the caliber of game that we're getting? But it's looking good, man. And there, yeah, the first couple months of the year, there's a lot going on. You know what I hate? I got to say this. I hate how, like, notice how all of January, like, nothing released. And then now, starting with Forspoken and Dead Space remake, it's just like, now it's just going to start and it's not going to stop. I hate when there's just these, like, extended windows of time where there's like weeks and weeks at a time where like there's nothing releasing, but then over the next like 6 to 8 weeks, there's just like way too many games releasing. That drives me nuts. I hate it when that happens. So thank you for that, Disco Cobra. Appreciate the super chat, man. Then we have Figuratively Literal again. Thank you for the generous super chat. You're saying in Final Fantasy VIII, you draw magic from enemies in battles and draw points. You junction/attach magic to your attributes to boost them, and attach summons to boost character stats and give them abilities. Saying leveling early can make it hard. Dude, see that? I'm more of a visual person, so like reading that sounded like, so I'm basically going to be doing calculus. No, I'm just kidding. It's not that serious, but I am more of a visual person, and so I'm trying to imagine what this looks like, but in my head, but it's one of those things, dude, where I'm going to have to see raw gameplay. I'm going to have to see raw gameplay of Final Fantasy VIII. I'm going to start, you guys, every week you guys are like telling me about these older Final Fantasy games. I'm like, I'm just going to have to go on YouTube and check some of this stuff out because I have yet to see any of it. You know, like I just had these visuals in my head. You guys telling me like what you like, what you don't like. Jay says Final Fantasy VIII is super easy if you max draw everything, but the junction system is so tedious. Yeah, this week I'm gonna check the gameplay out of Final Fantasy VIII because now I'm curious. Because in my mind, I feel like this sounds like a nightmare, and I don't know. You're saying like a junction. Junction. I just feel like, what is that? What is junction? What is going on here? I kind of love it though. I feel like this is what makes the Final Fantasy series just so cool though, is there's just so much about it and its history. Would you say, now I'm curious, I know that last week you guys said that the reason why Final Fantasy IX would be remade before 8 is because the developers just love that game more, like they feel more attached to that game. Do you think the combat, though, would have anything to do with it? Like, if they were to remake Final Fantasy VIII, would they completely overhaul the combat system? or would they actually try to bring that up? Because I feel like they would probably have to overhaul it, right? It sounds like they would. So thank you for that description, figuratively literal. I'm going to have to, like I said, I'm going to have to go check this out on YouTube this upcoming week, and I'll definitely talk to you about it next week and let you know what I think of it. As long as they keep the card game. Josh Z again, man, you're saying 20 years of anime and Kingdom Hearts have made me immune to cringe dialogue. If you dislike Forspoken, that won't be the reason why. Or if I guess you're saying if you end up disliking Forspoken, that won't be the reason why. That's funny, dude. Yeah, I mean, it could be that, man. Like maybe I'm overly serious sometimes. I don't know. I don't know. I don't mind some cringe stuff too much. I just think to me Forspoken sounds daunting. You know, like the world, the magic system, it didn't feel as good as I hoped it would. Like I'm gonna be honest, you know what I was thinking of when I was playing the Forspoken demo, as I was like, this reminds me a little bit of Infamous Second Son, but all I kept thinking to myself is, but Infamous Second Son felt so much better, and maybe, I don't know, maybe that's the disconnect. Maybe I was expecting the combat in general to just feel different. I don't know. We'll see, man. We'll see. I'm probably just gonna let Forspoken pass me by. Talk about Metal Gear, bro. Oh, I'm gonna talk about Metal Gear. Let me get through the rest of these super chats. I'm gonna talk about Metal Gear. I got a couple things I gotta talk to you guys about. So thank you for that, Josh. We have Magnum Visuals saying the fact that Naughty Dog is looking at Fortnite models says that we'll probably have celebrities as models to purchase as an option. Jesus, no. Maybe. Look, the thing about Fortnite. All right, I think people make a bigger deal about Fortnite than there needs to be, but at the same time, I kind of understand. Why. So, for me, the problem with Fortnite, it's the game itself is not problematic in any way. It's a free-to-play game. They got good gameplay. They have a whole battle pass system. Okay, sorry guys. I don't know why I'm just like getting mucusy all of a sudden. I apologize. It came out of nowhere. The thing about Fortnite to me that's bothersome is how big it got and still is. I don't get it. And I sincerely mean that. Like, I don't understand what about this game made it so big. And the only thing I can think is it got big at the right time. And I think what happened with Fortnite is it got big at the right time. PUBG was a rising star in the gaming industry, something new, something fresh, the Battle Royale. And then Fortnite came in, stole its thunder because it was more accessible. Fortnite is basically the opposite of PUBG when it comes to accessibility. And it also had the advantage of it's basically kid-friendly. Like, look at these graphics. And I think what happened from that point is it just skyrocketed because of how accessible it was. And then I think Epic Games made the genius move. And if I had to guess, I could be wrong, but I think this is what really allowed Fortnite to become like an indisputable game, right? Is that Epic Games was like, we need to get as many brand deals as humanly possible, and we need to do as many events. Like they saw that they, struck gold, and they just kept digging and digging and digging, and they did not stop. And I think that now, after just really pushing so hard in the direction of, we need, like you said, celebrities, we need to have concerts, we need to have every brand deal. You need to be able to play as every single character that's ever been created in every medium ever. Like, to me, it just became like, holy shit. This is great. Like, to me, it's too much. It's too much, but I mean, it works, man. It worked for them, and I'm just like, I don't. Here's what I think. I think Fortnite's gonna fall. Not anytime soon. And when I say fall, I know no, that's the wrong word to use, because fall implies that it's gonna fail. I think Fortnite's basically gonna like what happened with Minecraft is gonna happen with Fortnite, where it's like, it's never going to not be big, but at some point it's not going to be at the forefront, if that makes sense. Like, Minecraft is still unbelievably popular, but it's not like, it's just so established. It's been around for so long that it's like, okay, like, it had its time and it's still successful, but it now, we're at that point where it's like, well, what's next? Right. And I feel like after Minecraft, the question of what's next was Fortnite. And then after Fortnite, whenever that time comes, there's going to be another question of, well, what's next? And I don't know. That's the $1 billion question. What's next? I think Haven Studio thinks they might be onto it. I'm going to be honest. I think Sony may be trying to do something, the what's next thing, with Haven Studio and Media Molecule. I know that sounds crazy, but I think Media Molecule is working on Dreams 2. I think that they're going to learn a lot from what they did with Dreams 1, and I think that Media Molecule might be attempting to basically do what Minecraft did, but with more. I think Media Molecule and Haven Studio right now at Sony are attempting to do what Minecraft did for video games, but with more traditional graphical technology and capability and just visuals. Like, I think that's what they're trying to do, because I don't know if you have been paying attention to Haven Studio. Mark Cerny's helping them work on whatever they're working on. It's a live service game, but Haven Studio is working on something where it's a creation game. Like, you're going to create stuff. And everything I've heard from Haven Studio, I'm like, so Dreams again? But clearly what Haven's doing is different from Dreams. So I have to imagine, like, are you telling me that you're trying to make something where it's like, I don't know. Again, all I can think of is like Minecraft, but with different graphics and different gameplay mechanics. That's all I can think. We'll see. I don't know. But getting back to what you were saying, Magnum Visuals, about Naughty Dog looking at Fortnite, I don't know what to expect in this area when it comes to Naughty Dog and The Last of Us multiplayer, because I don't blame them for looking at Fortnite to inspiration, because if you're making a free-to-play live service game, you got to look at Fortnite. You have to. Doesn't mean you have to copy them, but you got to take notes. You got to look at what they're doing right, what they're doing to stand out. And Kurt Marginu, I think his name is, if I'm thinking of the right person. He's the one that's leading the Last of Us multiplayer. And when he said that he was taking inspiration from Fortnite, what he was really referencing were the events and the way that they're making these events like really big things that are kind of a big deal. And that concerns me a little bit, because it's like, well, events in live service games are not new. They're expected. And when I look at Fortnite and I don't know, what about Fortnite? I'm going to ask you guys, because I don't really play. What about Fortnite makes their events stand out in particular? Is it the celebrities, or is it like, we're going to do something crazy, like shut the game off for a little bit, and we're going to have like an event where the game, I don't know, like this chapter comes to an end and everybody's together and it blows up, or I don't know, and then the servers go offline. I don't know. You're saying no one does it like Fortnite. And I guess that's where I'm on the outside. I don't understand, like, what is it they're doing? Are they, I don't know. I can't understand it because I don't play it. But I do see, like, they their events, a big deal is made of them. Kyle says casuals love the emotes. I guess that's what it is. It's a once in a lifetime opportunity to watch it. Fortnite isn't going anywhere, especially with what they're working on. Yeah. You know what? You know what's fascinating to me about Sony's approach with their live service games? Do you know what I think Sony has that Fortnite doesn't? That almost all live service games, maybe say for Destiny, what Sony has. Every time Herman Holst talks about them pushing, their live service games, especially with their bigger studios like Naughty Dog, and even now what Naughty Dog's saying, they're making it clear that we're going to be telling stories. Like, you know how when you think of PlayStation Studios, you think of great storytellers in the video game medium. They make it clear, like, that's going to happen in these multiplayer environments. And I think that, like, I hope they really lean into that, because that really could be the standout for Sony. I think that there are a lot of live service games that do general storytelling, but I feel like Grand Theft Auto Online is probably a good example of, like, you kind of get the same type of storytelling to a degree with with your character, to a degree that you would get in a single player GTA. But I don't know, man. I feel like I'm curious to see, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, Destiny does it as well. I think that this could bode really well for Sony, because that's the advantage that Sony has going into this, is that if they want to inject storytelling and what you would traditionally get from single player games into their multiplayer games, well, think about it. Or yeah, maybe I'm talking about Red Dead Online. I'm talking about Red Dead Online, GTA Online. If you think about it, like, what do people love about Sony? I think it could work really well. We'll see, though. I mean, it's tough because we have no clue. I wish I had a clue. I wish I had more insight, but the reality is, this is going to be different. This isn't going to be like, oh man, dude, Spider-Man 2 trailer, Spider-Man 2 gameplay. Like, we know, not in a bad way, but I'm saying, like, yeah, we know, like, it's going to be, we know what to expect. It's not going to be like last year where it's like Horizon, GT7, The Last of Us 1, God of War. Like, we know what to expect with all that. That's not a bad thing, but we are now approaching something very different, where anything can happen. Anything can happen with these games and their announcements and what they end up being like. And I like that. I think that's exciting. So we'll see, man. We'll see what direction they choose to go in. Zenzo76, you're saying, imagine a new story-based Jak and Daxter on PS5, Cyberpunk done right. Apparently, PlayStation Productions is doing something when it comes to a Jak and Daxter movie. And I don't know if this was a joke or not. I don't know if it was a joke, but I swear I heard something about Tom Holland also being attached to that. I don't remember if that was just a joke people made or not. But hey, man, if if we end up getting like a Jak and Daxter movie or TV show, that bodes well for the game, starring The Rock. Yeah, that bodes well for the game, because that likely means they will try to get a new game out the door in some way or another. So I don't know that I'm anticipating it, but it could happen. Gabriel Ortiz Jr. is saying, as upset as I am that PlayStation has been very quiet, they did deliver on the games, whereas Microsoft has been very vocal on their showings and press, but lack substance. It's a very good way of putting it. Very well typed out there, Gabriel. I agree, and I genuinely believe that what Jim Ryan said, and I know it was so simple and maybe a lot of people forgot, I think what Jim Ryan said at the beginning of the PlayStation 5 showcase in 2020, he just simply said, enough for me, we're going to let the games do the talking. I just feel that Sony has not stopped doing that. And I think that that's just been continuing, Of course, not not every single game that Sony puts out from themselves or their partners are going to be perfect, obviously, but I'd say the consistency and the substance, as you put it, the substance that's there and the consistency of that substance has been. I mean, look, I try not to be like the dude that's like, I'm going to constantly brag about Sony. Because I feel like, sometimes it gets a little silly. I think we know this. I think there's like a kind of unspoken acknowledgement within the PlayStation community that sometimes we get a little bit silly with it, where it's like, Sony is God and the best and nothing, and bulletproof, nothing touches them. It's like, it's kind of fun to do that because it's like, yeah, dude, Sony does kick ass. PlayStation does kick ass. Like, I mean, dude, look at the games that they put out. But I feel like being grounded in the conversation, or as grounded as I can be, it really does come down to like, Sony does miss, but not that often. And Sony is people laughed at the virtuous cycle statement or whatever. But it's pretty true, man. It's like, dude, they have just a formula that I've been talking about for years now, that I've always said, like, as long as they stick to this formula, not to a degree in which they don't be flexible at all. We want to see Sony spread their wings and try different things and variety, and as we established, but as long as they stick to this foundational formula, where they seem to actually genuinely care about quality from their internal studios, I think that's all that's going to matter, combined with trying to improve in any way they can. So I agree, man. They've been doing a good job. And when it comes to Microsoft, that's why I've been saying, man, this year's, it's not just me saying it. Like, everybody looking at Microsoft in 2023, we all know the expectation. They got to go big. They have no choice. They have to. They're, as far as I'm concerned, Microsoft's back, Xbox is back, is against the wall, and they gotta do something big. And we'll see if they can do that. Planet Schlorpian, you're saying the mere fact that PSVR 2 will be leagues easier to use than the original VR makes me hyped as hell for it. I wanted to play VR last gen, but it was seldom worth the headache. Yeah, I've heard that. And that, I got to admit, when it comes to PSVR 2, that's not something I've really been thinking much about, but you're right, actually. Like, that's huge. I never used PSVR, and I've seen people whip it out and, and seeing like everything that's involved with it, it's like, yeah, I'm a pass on that, bro. That looks like a nightmare. I see somebody asking for the trophy talk. That's coming. And I'm just like, yeah. I think this is a pause. Pause. I think this is an area of PSVR 2 that at first I feel like was really highlighted, and now it's like kind of an afterthought. But you're right, man. Like, that is a huge difference maker, and I guess it just doesn't. It's not something that I think about as much, simply because, as I said, I haven't experienced the nightmare that was all the wires with PSVR 1. But I think that's going to be huge for everybody who MBG After Hours. Yeah, for everybody who's upgrading from PSVR 1 to PSVR 2, for sure. So glad you made me more aware of that, because again, like, I feel like I have not talked about that. Andrew, you're saying Junction, going back to Final Fantasy VIII here, Junction is where you bind your magic to your stats. Okay. All right, I think I'm getting a better picture, a better idea now of what's going on. Still sounds complicated, but Snuffy, you're saying look to Final Fantasy X HD. Look into Final Fantasy X HD Remaster, please. I'll try to look into that too, man. I might just like go through all the different Final Fantasies William says, MBG, I purposely do not try to go for platinum trophies as I want to play and enjoy the game. Going for platinums can make a person hate their favorite games. Yes. Yeah, okay. All right, hold on. So there are a couple of different topics I have to discuss here, and I'm going to try to go in order because I do want to talk about the trophies, but I want to mention here real quick, just because somebody mentioned it earlier, and I've been seeing it all over, and I'm just going to talk about it. Not long. It's not going to be a long conversation. But Monster Hunter, what's the new Monster Hunter game that came out? What's it called? It's not World. It's God. I'll wait for the chat to get me on this one. Monster Hunter Rise. There we go. Thank you, William. William, right there. Thank you, chat. Monster Hunter Rise. So the PlayStation 5 port came out, and Digital Foundry did a comparison. And I didn't watch this video yet, but I've been seeing like clips of it and people showing off screenshots, and we got to talk about it just briefly, because I don't know what's going to happen, but we're 3 years into this gen now, basically. This is the third year of the next gen consoles. Apparently, the PS5 version of Monster Hunter Rise is like running a lot better than the Series X version, to a degree in which it's like it's holding better frame rates, so on and so forth. And I'm not saying that it really matters that much now, because realistically speaking, it's not that huge of a deal. But my God, man, like, at what point does it become just kind of crystal clear? You guys already know. Like, at what point does it just become kind of crystal clear that it's like the PS? I don't know. I don't want to talk too much about it because, yeah, I know I should watch the whole video, but I was just surprised because I'm like, how is this still a thing, dude? Like, I thought at the very least by now there would be no better or worse version. I thought that by now it would be that the PS5 and Series X are basically the same, but we're still seeing results with these games on a somewhat consistent basis. And you know what? I gotta be honest, man. I'm just gonna be straight up right now. I'm glad that at the end of the day, these people who were attempting to really shit on the PlayStation for a long time now, for the PS5, rushed console, it's going to overheat, can't do what it's got to do. It's not going to be able to hit native 4K. But what you know what I'm talking about. I'm just so glad that at the end of the day, Mark Cerny has made these people look foolish, because that's the thing, man, is like, how do you bet against Mark Cerny? I mean, really, how do you bet against Mark Cerny and think you're going to come out on top? Like, I'm not even trying to be like a fanboy right now, but it's like, Mark Cerny knows his shit, dude. And like, when I remember, I'll never forget when I first watched that back in 2020, the road to PS5, and everybody walked away. Like, not everybody, but a lot of people were like, the hell was that? Wait, so you're telling me the PS5's less T-flops than the Series X? And it just, and I think like a lot of fanboys at that time really leveraged the fact that Mark Cerny was talking a lot of very technical stuff, and a lot of the general public didn't understand like anything this man was saying. And so the fanboys tried to basically translate that by, oh yes, what he's saying is that the PS5 is weaker than the Series X, and that it might overheat because it's look at how high it's clocked. And it's like, it's just clearly a rushed console. It's not going to be able to it's not going to have all the features. 30 to 40% power delta. And I'm like, we are 3 years removed from that, and we're still seeing the PS5 outperform. I'm glad. So hopefully this means that when the PlayStation 6 comes out and it's not as many T-flops as the next Xbox, maybe now people will like realize that, I forget the quote from Mark Cerny. I don't have the direct quote, but Mark Cerny basically said something along the lines of like, it's dangerous to, basically measure what a console can do through T-flops alone, through teraflops. Basically just confirming that anybody who knows what they're talking about that's worth listening to is letting you know that you can't just go based on the on-paper specs. And it's funny because, I've been saying MBG doesn't know what optimization is. Dude, here's the reality, though. If you make a more powerful console that's more difficult to optimize for, does it matter? Does the power matter if devs aren't going to optimize for it? The answer is simply no. The answer is unequivocally no. So, in my opinion, everything that Mark Cerny said about the PS5, it's come true over the past couple of years, and we're continuing to see it. Where he was like, "Dude, we made this console like purely to just make development as easy as possible." And it turns out that having the highest T-flop count is not the best way to do that. Turns out that having a well-rounded understanding of how every single component of this console works. I a couple weeks ago I covered a developer who straight up came out and said that it was an independent developer, but he was like, "Yeah, dude, we could very easily take advantage of everything the PS5 offers." And he also then went on to say that yes, the Series X is more powerful, like technically, but it's a lot harder to like tap into that power. And he's like, I guess maybe in the future, like if developers really care to try, they can get more power out of it. And like, so that's, it reminds me of the PS3, not anywhere near as severe as the PS3, of course, but it does remind me of the PS3 where it's like Sony was so focused on most powerful, unbelievable, like power in this console, but it's like they didn't take a second to think, but like, is anybody going to try to harness that power? How difficult is it going to be to harness that power? And it's like, oh, well, yeah, that could be a problem. You know what I mean? And it's like, it's just, it's interesting that, I think maybe this might be a learning lesson, a lesson learned, I should say, for Microsoft where, like, yeah, and I feel like, I don't know, I feel like Microsoft should have already known this because it's like that was one of the biggest advantages that the 360 had was like it was just easier to develop for. And look at the results that got them, So I wouldn't be surprised, dude, if the PlayStation 6, I hope Sony allows Mark Cerny to talk more about the console development because you know what I got to say, and I'm a little bit annoyed by this with Sony, just a little bit. Unfortunately, I think that Microsoft may have won to a degree when it comes to the PR battle, because ever since the whole T-flop narrative came out and these consoles came out, and Mark, the response to Mark Cerny's deep dive on the PS5 it didn't have the best response. I think Sony deemed it like Jim Ryan or whatever. They're like, we can't have Mark Cerny out here talking about the details, because they're being used against us. And this is where I get annoyed because it's like, no, dude, I want to fucking hear from Mark Cerny. Like, I remember with the PS4 and the PS4 Pro, they were letting Mark talk all the time. And now they're barely letting this man talk. And I think it's because they're afraid. They're afraid. I think some Sony PR people are afraid that like they're like looking at these tools, that are trying to use everything against the PS5 to slander it. And I get it because it's like maybe in the end of the day, it is better to just let the games do the talking. And they are. Like clearly, Sony and Mark Cerny, at the end of the day, they don't have to explain shit because look at the results we're getting, man. Look at the results we're getting. So I don't know. I guess what I'm trying to say is I would just love to hear a little bit more from Mark Cerny when it comes to the PS5, and I'm still very interested, man. I still believe that what Mark Cerny said about the PS5 about Mark Cerny wallpaper on oh, dude, I should totally do that. I should get like a 24 by 36 poster framed of Mark Cerny, bro, and put it right there. Put it right behind me on the wall. That would be amazing. I might do that. I might really do that. Oh, that would be legendary. Yeah, it has to happen now. It has to happen now because I was thinking about like getting another poster or two and framing it. Yeah, that would be so great. That would be so great. Um, you said, "Dear Lord, no." But I just I'm gonna be. I'm really still. I still believe what Mark Cerny said when he says that. Look, the way we've constructed the I/O throughput of the PS5 and the way that data can just flow through this console with zero bottlenecks. He basically explained that we can potentially change the development of some games and things that can be possible. And I feel like the only problem with that, I think he did explain this though, is that like that's insane, but it's going to be really hard for developers, I think, to really kind of. That also requires like really innovative thinking, like really innovative, like forward thinking of what can we do in our game to you know usher something like that in. And that's why I think like I still think Ratchet and Clank is very impressive because I feel like that game like actually just to see a game come out that immediately tried to take advantage of that. Very interesting. So I just had to talk about that. Dustin, you're saying Factions 2 will be a hit. Previous mod, people, or you're saying the previous mode, people still play it. Yeah, I mean, I think that just goes to show the strength of the Last of Us Factions is the fact that now in 2023, people are still playing it and supporting it. It's like 10 years old at this point. Yeah, I think it has all the right ingredients, man. Space D, you're saying with console parity, the high clocks always win. I mean, yeah, I remember when we found out how the PS5's GPU was clocked at like 2.23 gigahertz, and people were like, "Bro, how is that even possible? Like, that's gonna melt." But it works. I don't know, it works, man. PlayStation are very lucky to have Mark Cerny. I agree, dude. I want to hear more from Mark Cerny, bro. Like, I feel like Mark Cerny is one of Sony's greatest assets in terms of like really, I think, I don't know. The thing about Sony today is they don't want personalities. They don't want, I don't know why. I'm sure they have their reasons, but like there's a reason why we don't hear too much from anybody specifically at PlayStation, and they kind of all remain somewhat quiet. Everything's kind of vague. It's done purposely, but I don't know why. Maybe I don't know. Maybe they feel like it takes away from the business side of it. You know what I mean? I guess I don't know. Rashdown V2, you're saying as a gearhead, PS5 to me, PS5 to me is a turbo V6, and the Xbox Series X is a V8, and the Xbox Series X is a V8. Xbox Series X V8 has raw power, but turbo V6 is more efficient, but can be on level or make more HP than a V8. You know what? It's funny because that's not Rashdown. That's actually not the first time I've seen that exact comparison made, and I've seen that a few times. So that's a good way of viewing it, man. On paper, things only matter so much. On paper versus in practice are two very different things. And I think that what we've seen with the PS5 in practice is that, yeah, this console's badass. It's a beast. And it's the Series X is great too, but I don't know, man. There were people make fun of like PlayStation fans like myself that were like hyping up the PS5 and the SSD and talking about things that can happen. But, I think it's just worth pointing out that, dude, there were a lot of Xbox fans who were also making some pretty huge claims for the Xbox Series X. And I like have yet to see literally anything at all that they claimed. At least with the PS5, we could kind of look to games like Ratchet and Clank Rift Apart, to be like, look, see, it's trying, it's doing some stuff. And we can kind of look to these games that are that can basically make it seem like, oh, see, the PS5 is clearly punching above its weight. But a lot of the claims that were made for the Series X, I'm not trying to even make it a console war thing. I'm just saying it's like, what has it done? That's all. That's all I'm asking. Like, what has it done so far? But see, the thing is, it's not about the Series X now. It's about Game Pass. So Power of Game Pass. Game Pass has infinite T-flops. All right. Moving on from that, something else I want to talk about. Do we talk about my issue with trophies and achievements? Or do I talk about Metal Gear Solid? I could talk about both. Do I think The Last of Us multiplayer will be playable on potato PCs? It's a good question. I feel like there's a chance. Ooh, are they going to change the art style? I don't know, man. I don't know. Wow, I'm seeing like an even distribution. Some people want MGS. Well, all right, here's the thing. I am running out of steam here, even on 3 cups of coffee. I feel like I burnt the candle at both ends today. Zanarkand Blitzer coming in with a couple parts. You know what's so I feel like you guys time this shit. It's so funny because it's like you guys just come out of nowhere where you're like, oh, what's that? MBG's talking about the PS5 versus the Xbox Series X. He's talking about Metal Gear, maybe talking about trophies. Well, I'm gonna come at you with some Final Fantasy super chats, bro. Dude, I love it. It's almost becoming like a thing, it's gonna become like a theme on my channel where just dispersed throughout every stream I do, there's just super chats just describing in depth things related to random Final Fantasy games, and it's awesome. This is a 3-parter coming in from Zanarkand Blitzer. Okay, Zanarkand Blitzer. I'm just gonna read these back to back. Part 1. MBG, don't worry about the junction system in Final Fantasy VIII. Here's how it works. Your stats, attack, junction, /link, a strong magic, like 100 times tornado to your stat. Let me take a moment to process that. Okay, part 2, your stat increase to 255 max, which means your character's attack damage will deal max damage of 9999 when you attack most enemies. Part 3, if you do the same with magic stats by linking a different strong magic, your magic damage will be strong as well. Dude, I feel like, is there like smoke coming out of my ears? Oh man, dude, I gotta see. The first thing I'm doing when I'm done this podcast is I'm literally YouTubing. I'm literally YouTubing Final Fantasy VIII Combat because I just this is making my brain hurt. Junction Link Strong Magic, 100 times tornado. You know, this, I'm going to be honest, this feels like one of those things. You're saying it's very easy to understand, just play it for yourself. That's what I'm saying. That's like, I feel like I'm reading a math equation. And again, I'm more of a visual, like as in seeing the picture, you know, not necessarily the picture just being described. And to me, this very much comes off as, it sounds complicated and it sounds daunting, but it's like one of these things where if I was experiencing it firsthand, it's like, oh, this isn't that complicated. Like, oh, it's not that, not that big of a deal. But yeah, I'm a lot of times when it comes to games and the description, I need, it's like, I need a description where it's like, so you take the thing and you hit the other thing until it dies. Is that, yeah? And it's like, oh yeah, that sounds good to me. Or you take the thing, you point it, you shoot it, and it dies. I'm like, yes, I understand that. No, I can understand, I can understand some complex systems in games. But it really is one of those things where so many of these games, you have to just, you need the firsthand experience. Like you have to just get in and get familiar, and that's the only way you're gonna get it. So I will definitely look into Final Fantasy VIII after this. At this point, I have to. So thank you for that, Zanarkand Blitzer. It's very entertaining, I gotta say. These Final Fantasy super chats, you never know when they're. It's almost like random. It reminds me like Pokemon. You know, I don't know. I haven't played Pokemon in years, so I don't know what it's like today. But it just reminds me of the classic Pokemon games where you're. Oh my God, there's a part 4. He did it on purpose. He waited. Zanark and Blitzer waited. He's like, I'm gonna wait till MBG thinks he's done, and boom, I'm gonna just come in with a part 4. Dude, it reminds me of like the old Pokemon games when you're walking through the grass and you just never know when a new, a Pokemon's going to pop up and you're going to have a battle, That's what it feels like with these super chats. It's great. Adds a bit of unpredictability. But part 4 from Zanarkit and Blitzer says, if you link Biomagic to one of your status defense stats, your character will be immune to poison. See, the junction system is not that hard and is actually useful once you figured it out. Well, you know what? It's, the way you're talking about it, clearly it's not the most, beloved battle system or combat in, somebody earlier said it's unintuitive. That's, I am going to have to judge this for myself. I'm going to have to look into it because you're saying it's useful and it's not that bad. We'll see, man. We'll have to see Zanarkin. I will report back to you next week. And I'm either probably going to come back and be like, you know what, man? I looked into it. It's really not that bad. Or I'm going to come back and be like, yo, you're out of your mind. This is like the most ridiculous combat I've ever seen. Is he somebody saying MBG won't care about Hellblade? I want to see more Hellblade, man. I'm very curious about Hellblade. I loved Hellblade, the first one. Very good game. Blew my mind. All right, so thank you for that, Zanarkand. I really appreciate those super chats. We have Jan Watkins saying thoughts on Microsoft holding their DD during the middle of the work week. The DD, is that in reference to the developer direct? Okay, I got to get used to calling it that. I'm like, DD, what's DD? Somebody tell me what the DD is, but no, clearly a developer direct. It's questionable. I think it's a little questionable. I don't know. Like, I guess it just comes down to what. I'm going to be honest, it makes me feel like people should probably go in with relatively low expectations. Like, I don't think there's going to be anything major here. And I also think that, so my question is this going to be like live streamed like stated plays are? Microsoft's holding their doomsday. Yeah. I'm assuming it's going to be live streamed like a stated play. My thoughts on it are, I think they're just not trying to hype it up too much, and they just want it to be kind of like a thing where people watch it when they want. Stated plays are not live streamed. Whoa. Yeah, no, they are. Stated play. Well, no, I guess what I mean, I know it's not like live. Like, I know it's not going to be a live presentation. I just mean, like, are they going to set it up like it's going to be streamed? Because that's how Sony does their stated plays, my thoughts on it are simple. I think it's one of these things where it's the first time we're seeing Microsoft do something like this. The last time they did something like this, it was with their Inside Xbox or something, and they were not very good. So the hope is that it's better than that, and that people don't walk away being like, well, that blew. But I don't know, man. We see how people react to a lot of Sony stated plays, and unless Sony has some surprises up their sleeves with the stated plays, people don't react very positively in general. There's a lot of PlayStation fans that kind of got to come out and be like, dude, it wasn't that bad, because a lot of people were like, yo, that straight sucked. So I think Microsoft might be trying to find an in-between where I don't know that there's going to be any surprises, but I think like they're hoping that, hey, what we show of Forza and Redfall will be enough to get people excited, and talk positively about it. But I don't think there's going to be like any surprise announcements or anything along those lines. Snuffy, you're saying you're also going to find out how to pronounce his name from Final Fantasy X. Zanarkand is actually the main character's hometown of Final Fantasy X, Titus. Am I saying that wrong? I feel like I'm pronouncing it wrong or correctly. I don't. Is it like Zanarkand? You know, I feel like I'm saying it correctly. And I'm going to be honest, I've been saying his name Zanarkand. I've been saying it that way for so long. I'm going to tell you now, it's not going to change. It's like Mark Lovin. I mean, I pronounce his last name Lovin, and he's made it clear it's Lovin. But I'm like, yeah, but I can't help it. You know, like it's almost ingrained in me. But it's Xaner Kind. Oh, wow. I've been saying that horrendously wrong. If that, wow, that really. Josh, you're saying I missed your third super chat? You know what? Let me make sure I didn't miss any others. Your third super chat. Are you sure? What was your third super chat? Was that the one about GT7? Because I did read that one. Scrolling around here, just trying to see if I missed any. And then I got your super chat about Xbox channels talking about the layoffs and then putting out a video about the Activision Blizzard. I don't think I missed it, man. I think I got all your super chats because I'm scrolling through them here and then the one prior to that was there's definitely discussion to be had. Not even console wars, just factual standpoint. So I don't know. Maybe you missed when I caught it. I will admit sometimes I do go through these super chats pretty quick, and it can be just as easy for those who are super chatting to miss me reading their super chats as it is for me to miss the super chats or to go behind on the super chats. So I think I got them all, man. I think you're covered. So please, let me know in the chat if I actually did miss it, and you can just let me know what you said. But yeah, man, if it's actually pronounced like Zanarkand, if that's actually how it's pronounced or something along those lines, I've really been mispronouncing it, and I'm Zanderkin. What? There's that? No way. That how it doesn't. Whatever, man. Like, yeah, I'm still saying it wrong. Apparently, this is turning into a whole thing. I'm gonna. You know what? It's one of those things where as soon as I hear it said the right way, I'll say it the right way going forward. But you're saying the easiest way to try to say it is Zanderkin. Man, I'm over here like Zanarkand, Blitzer. Meanwhile, it's Zanderkin. Oh, whatever, man. Whatever. That's the joy of learning. That's the joy of doing these streams. I'm learning. Say it how you want, MBG. Yeah. I mean, I try to pronounce things correctly. I do. I don't like when I don't pronounce things correctly because I'm not gonna lie. I just feel. It's not that I feel stupid because I know it happens all the time, but it makes me feel like. Ron. Yeah, dude. Yeah, I don't want to feel like I don't even remember the name of the guy, but Key and Peele, Ron. I don't want to be like that. It's okay, MBG. Just say it in Japanese. Proceeds to spell it out in Japanese. Yeah, I wish I could. I am pretty bad with names though. Like, one of the things that really sucks about what I do is, I read from a lot of articles, report on a lot of articles, and there are just so many names. And it's just the amount of like I've got to a point where I don't even name names anymore because I know I'm just obliterating their names. I will just literally say like, and the director of this game, whose name I'm not going to say because I can't say it. It gets to that point. It really does. So it can be stressful, but it is what it is, man. It is what it is. So Um, talk about your trophies. Don't be shy. I only have 6 platinums. I have like 32 platinums or something along those lines. But to me, that's problematic because it's like, dude, I'm constantly having like existential crisis where it's like all I've been asking anymore. See, it's tough to get into the conversation about trophies because of how I don't know. It's like I know trophies like a personal thing. I'm gonna talk about that in a moment. Let me just make sure I get the rest of these super chats. I don't want to leave anybody behind. Um, Jonathan King, you're saying how is Game Pass profitable, but Xbox is letting developers go? Surely, if they were making money, they would be upping content, not cutting back. Well, as I said, man, there seems to be something inherently wrong right now at Microsoft. I I'm gonna tell you, I was so close to. I didn't do this because I know it's in poor taste, and I'm basically just asking to have every Xbox fan attack me. But I was so close to just basically retweeting or quote tweeting, the news that specifically there were quite a few layoffs or at least some layoffs at Bethesda and Xbox Game Studios. And I was just going to basically say, but hey, at least Phil Spencer let us know that Game Pass is profitable, And it's like, I decided not to because I'm like, I'm basically just asking for trouble. But it's kind of true. It's like, I don't get it either, man. I do not get it. I don't understand how you can spend $68 billion and call your subscription service profitable. Like, dude, you just spent $68 billion on top of $7.5 billion. You got a lot of, like, Xbox is going to have to it's going to take a long time before they can recoup that. It's going to take a long time. Microsoft as a whole, probably not that long, but Xbox specifically, yeah, it's going to take a long time. So it is what it is, dude. Snuffy, you're saying you said it right that time. Okay, well, I'll try Zanderkin Blitzer. Okay. He's probably laughing this whole time. All right, let's talk about trophies. Let's talk about, and this goes for achievements as well. Yeah, you know what? I might have to change the title of this because I realized that I put The Last of Us HBO in the title and I've hardly talked about it. So that will probably have to be changed. But I really want to talk about trophies, talk a little bit about Metal Gear, and then we'll talk a little bit about the HBO, The Last of Us HBO. All right, so when it comes to trophies, I have this problem, okay? I have a problem. My problem with trophies is very simple. I almost feel like it's like a kind of OCD thing where when I think about buying a new video game, there's automatically this thought that pops in my mind where I'm going to have to try to platinum that game. And it's an automatic thing that happens. And I used to earlier in my life not question why. I used to not question why I like always felt that need. Even when I was on Xbox, I felt the need to get all the achievements. And it was just an automatic thing. And back then, when I would ask myself, well, why am I doing this? I just thought to myself, because it brings me satisfaction, right? Like I feel like I've fully completed a game when I have every trophy, every achievement, and I would just leave it there. And the reality is there were many games that I played over the years that I wanted to get all the achievements or get all the trophies. And I even went into them. Like one of my motivating factors to actually play a game is knowing that I'm going to try to achieve that goal. And I would just eventually, it would end abruptly because I would just come to terms with the fact that like, yeah, I'm not doing that. And the thing is it would make me feel like shit. Like I would feel really bad. A game that comes to mind in particular is way back when I was playing on the 360 is Left 4 Dead. Left 4 Dead was a game, and it's so many of those trophy or achievements I didn't end up getting, but that was a game I was so into at the time. I was like, I have to get all these. Like I have to. Like I would deem myself a failure if I didn't. But by the end of it, I just the more and more I played, the more I realized like I don't want to get any of these. And I think the thing that broke me was specifically for Left 4 Dead, it was trying to get the achievement for, I think you had to beat, I think you got them individually, but you had to complete each level on the hardest difficulty. And what that ultimately meant was you had to have a team, because you couldn't do it with bots. At least I couldn't. It was like virtually impossible. You had to have a team of real players that were extremely skilled at Left 4 Dead, and this was like sweaty, try hard, like you're in it, man. And and I just kept trying and trying and trying, and it just wasn't working. And I was getting so pissed off. And it just like, I realized I'm beginning to hate this game because I'm trying so hard to get this achievement, and it's just not going to happen. And I also hate the fact that I can't get it. So I was left in this, and this has happened to me with so many other games where I'm like, I feel like there's no winning, where it's like, I'm going to be honest, to me, the best solution for me would be I wish trophies didn't fucking exist or achievements didn't exist, because it's like I hate being left with the feeling of I don't want to get that trophy because it's going to make the game unfun and I'm not going to enjoy it. But at the same time, as long as I know it's there and it can be unlocked, that's going to bother me. And so it brings me back to thinking about a time with video games where there were no trophies. And I realized that, man, I did not fully grasp like how I didn't fully appreciate what that was like, you know? And now we're in a day and age where every game has trophies and achievements, and every game basically tortures my brain. It's pretty much what it comes down to. And that's why, like, there's nothing I love more than a game that has an easy platinum. And I mean easy as in, like, you're just getting trophies for just playing the game naturally, and anything you want to do extra is on you. You know, it's on you. Like, it's just for in the game, not for the trophy. And I you know, I just miss those days, man. I really, really miss those days. And I'm getting to a point, though. I'm getting to a point where I'm slowly but surely letting go. And my brain is just going to have to accept. My brain's just going to have to be okay with looking at trophy lists and not caring. Like, not caring that, like, for example, Final Fantasy VII Remake, it did bother me for a little bit when I was done with that game, where it's like, you have, like, I think about 50% of the trophies unlocked. And I'm like, oh, man, like, I really would love to see 100%. But then I also kind of, I looked at the requirements, and I'm like, I have a feeling that if I try to go for these right now, it's not going to enhance my experience. Like, this is after putting 50 hours into it, and I just felt 100% satisfied. I'm like, the only thing right now, the only thing that's leaving me feeling any negativity is that trophy list. And I wish I could nuke it. And I mean that. Like, this is where I wish, if there was one thing I wish Sony could implement, and I genuinely mean this, because it would just make my life so much better. It would make my life so much better. And I think Microsoft should as well. It should just be a requirement to just, in the settings somewhere, have the ability to turn off everything related to trophies. Not just notifications. I mean everything. It's not on your profile. There isn't a little trophy sign when you hover over games. It doesn't tell you how many trophies you have or don't have. There's no percentages. I hate that shit, because it gets in my brain, and you're saying, or just ignore them. Yes, that's the thing, is that's the only option. It's like, I have to ignore them. And that is very hard. I gotta admit, like, just again, it's like kind of seeing it. You know what it reminds me of? It's like if you're trying to eat healthy or eat a clean diet, and it's like, imagine every time you walked into your kitchen, there's just some donuts lying around here, or some, some chips that you're, whatever, soda here. It's like, you can see it, and it's in your brain now, and you're going to think about it. And I don't know, some people maybe have, like, a different take on it, obviously. I mean, food is a little bit different. It's about willpower, I guess. But yeah, it's like a drug in a way. It is. It's an added. It's a meta game. It's a meta game that induces dopamine, and I don't like that. I want my any dopamine surges that I'm having when I'm playing a video game. I want it to be from the game, and just the game alone. And I just wish this whole meta, the layer of yeah, it's definitely an OCD thing. I wish this whole meta layer could just go away. And I know that it's not fair because I know people love trophies. I know that there's so many people who like they're passionate about it, and I think that's fine. I don't think like I think if your reason for playing games is because you love unlocking trophies, I think that's great. Like everybody should have their own reason. I just really wish that there was something built in to the PlayStation Network and each individual profile where you can just basically opt out, where there's no trophy lists. They don't exist basically on your profile. I would love that, because it would help me a lot. It really would. It would make me feel like, you know what, I can just fully focus on the game and I don't have to worry about seeing anything else. And there are a lot of gamers. I think most people probably are listening to me like, you seem kind of weird, bro. Because I feel like for a lot of people, if they don't care about trophies, it's not a problem for them to just ignore them. You know, and that's where I feel like maybe I'm a bit of an outlier because it is difficult for me to ignore them. I don't know why, but it is getting to a point where it's like I'm becoming so annoyed by trophy hunting that I have to just quit it entirely because it's going to ruin games for me. It's going to ruin games for me. And I've been defeated so many, this is where it veers onto existential crisis territory, where I then begin to really, when I start to dive deep into my own brain and start to ask, why do I even care? Like, why do I care at all about getting these trophies? Why is there something in me that says you just automatically, you got to try to get all the trophies, man? And why, like, what is it that makes me feel so incredibly defeated that I can't? Like, if I can't do it. And then that's where I realize there might be a bigger problem at play here. There might be a bigger problem at play here, which I'll talk about in a moment. Rashdam, you're saying trophy hunting ruined games I love, so I stopped. I feel that, bro. William, you're saying, MBG, try doing the second metagame instead of going for platinums. Just try to get enough rare trophies to be level 4 on the PlayStation Stars. Then you can feel like you have achieved something. No need for platinums. I mean, I've thought about that, but I realized that it's basically like replacing one problem with another, you know? And I guess, like, you know, you're talking about PlayStation Stars because there's technically kind of an end game there to a degree to what platinum hunts or trophy hunting. There's really no end. And I think that that's the issue with, I think video games for me in general in 2023 is it feels like when I think about gaming back on like the PS2 and the PS1, right? Like during that era, and obviously prior to that, there's just this sense of finality to games, right? Like there's just an inherent sense of finality. Like you start, you play, and then it's over, and you can go back and if you want. These days, between the trophy hunts, between the live service endless multiplayer games, it just feels like there's no more finality to anything. And it almost creates this like thing where I start to ask, well, like, I feel like that there has to be an end. Like there has to be an end point, right? Like I care about the journey, but I also do care about the destination, you know? And it's just always a strange feeling when it's like you're going on the journey, there is no destination. There's no end point. That makes my brain go nuts. Like it does. So I get what you're saying, William. And you continue by saying, I actively avoid trying to 100% games and getting platinums because it can ruin your favorite games. But the level 4 stars you can do without 100%ing things. I'll have to think about it, man. I see him saying, just disable the trophy notifications, MBG. That's all you have to do. I know, man. And I know. And I'm going to have to do that, clearly. Samson, you're saying, if you check the PS Trophy leaderboard, first place got 6,700 plus platinums. Get good, MBG. But that's what I'm saying is it's like, why? Like, what? I don't, I guess maybe for the personal experience is what it comes down to. And Josh Z, you're saying MBG, you can actually remove your games from the trophy information. MBG. So hold on. So you're saying, so I know that if you don't unlock any trophies and you have 0%, I know you can delete it from your trophy list. But you're saying from your trophy information. I'll have to look into that. It's one of these things where it's like, all right, so let's get a little bit deeper into this. All right, because this is where things are going to start getting maybe, I don't know, a little bit more personal, I guess. But so these days, as I get older, and this is where I feel like this is less of a video game thing and more of a life thing, which, I don't really talk about this stuff too much on the channel, but I think this is a good time. We're deep into the podcast, and anybody who's here right now, I'd say is definitely, along for the MBG ride, I guess you could say. These days, as I get older, so for those who don't know, I am 29 years old, and my birthday is in September, so I'll be turning 30, next September, or this September, I guess. And as I'm getting older, like, I'm beginning to find that I'm not old. I know 29 to a lot of people isn't old, but I feel old, dude. I gotta be honest, like, I feel old at 29. I don't know if it's just because of certain experiences in life. I don't know if it's stress aging me. I don't know if I got like some Metal Gear Solid 4 Old Snake accelerated aging going on. BG acting like he's 40. Well, that's the thing, dude, is if I realize like I'm 29 and I'm having some experiences now, and I know that as people get older, like when they reach that midlife time, it's like you have that like to a much greater degree. But I feel old. I do. Back in my day, figuratively literal, you're saying I like this new time MBG as you usually air at 4 a.m. here in New Zealand. Well, dude, I don't know if you're aware, but this podcast is about 4 hours and 16 minutes in. So I don't know if you like are assuming I just started, but I'm probably not going to be going that much longer. But so, I'm 29, and the thing about where I am now in life and how old I am, I don't think the age matters. I'm going to be truthful. Like, I keep focusing on my age like that means a big thing. I don't think it is. I think everybody, I think, reaches certain points in their life at different ages where like your perspective just shifts. And something has happened to me in the recent last year and a half or so, where I noticed that I am questioning things a lot more, like almost to an unhealthy degree, where I'm finding that like I just am always questioning. But the problem isn't the questioning. The problem is that the answer I'm realizing that I'm giving myself a lot. And this actually does have something to do with the trophy hunting and actually just gaming in general, is I keep realizing that a lot of things that I'm asking the question, like I'm asking about, like, why this? Why do we do this? Why am I doing this? Whatever it might be, I'm frequently finding that I don't actually see a point in it, and I'm having trouble finding the point and the purpose. And this is interesting, because the reason why I mentioned my age is because previously, like when I was 26, 27, even just a couple of years ago, but especially like my early 20s and my late teens and whatnot, I asked a lot of these same questions, but I noticed that like the answers were very different. And the answers seemed to come to me much quicker, to where I just was like, oh, well, this is why. Oh, and that's why. And I felt like I had my own answers. And then one day, it's like I just woke up, and it was like suddenly all those answers that I gave myself felt almost completely irrelevant. And it you know, it's weird because it just felt like one day everything was explained and had a purpose. And then one day it's like, now I don't know. And I think it's really funny to talk about um, trophies, and that's why this got so deep in a way. It's because what I described to you earlier about how, I used to just try to, you know, every time I'd get a game, I would just automatically, inherently, without even really thinking about it too deeply, try to get all of the trophies or achievements in a game. And when I would ask myself why, I would just be like, oh, because you want to, and it's just how you operate. And then now, as where I am now, it's not like that at all. Now I'm literally asking over and over again, why? Like, why do I want to keep doing this? And the more I ask, the more I realize, like, the answer is maybe you don't. And when I ask, why don't I want to? The answer is because, dude, you don't see a point in it. And then it really starts to, well, it's almost, I don't want to say, it almost makes me wonder if it's like an identity thing or something. Because the first question I ask myself after that is, well, if I'm not trying to platinum a game or get all the trophies, then what am I trying to do? Like, I have to do something. And it's like, well, you could just play the game and enjoy it for what it is. And that's where I realized, like, there's always been these things in place in my life that, no, there's going to be Metal Gear Solid talk. And actually, I feel like, I don't know, that this is getting deep to a point where it's like, and then I played, then I think back to playing Metal Gear. And I realized, dude, this is actually a great segue. I don't know about you guys, those who played Metal Gear. I'm not kidding. Like, I really, I don't, I know that everybody has their own experiences in life where it's like, dude, this was life-changing. I'm not kidding. Specifically, Metal Gear Solid 2 and 3, because of where I was, how old I was, and the timing, and I could understand. Dude, those games, specifically by the time I completed them, I will never forget. I will never forget, like, the feeling I had after completing those games. They legitimately molded me to, I'm not gonna lie, like, to a specific degree of who I am as a person. And those were the games where I realized that, I didn't think, first of all, that I could ever, like, I didn't even understand the feelings I was feeling. I'm not even kidding, bro. Like, I feel like the end of Metal Gear Solid 2 was the first time in my life where I just witnessed and experienced something, and especially that last final cutscene, and then the credits roll, and I forget the name of the song that plays, but then it starts playing, and I'm literally sitting here being like, I've just reached a new level in life where I'm seeing things differently. Like, my eyes are opened to a certain degree. And for Metal Gear Solid 2, the ending of that game, can't say goodbye to yesterday. That was like an ending where I had to just I don't even know if I can call it the emotional response I had, but it was more like this is like, my mind was so blown by what I had just experienced, and I like, my whole idea of what a video game is or what a video game could be and what I can get from it was completely shifted. And I was pretty young. I think I was like, I don't remember exact. I'm trying to remember what year I didn't play MGS2 when it came out. I can tell you that. Like, I was late to MGS2. I was late to Metal Gear in general. I think you know what, actually, I wasn't that late to it. MGS2 came out in 2001. I think I got my PS2. I'm pretty certain I got it in 2002, and I'm pretty sure I got MGS2 not too long after that. So actually, I wasn't that late to the party. I remember the reason why I even knew about Metal Gear in the first place was I saw my cousin playing it one day, and I didn't even know what it was. And I'm like, dude, this looks awesome. He's like, yeah, it's Metal Gear, bro. And I'm like, what's that? And then I didn't have a PS2 at the time, and then by that point, I I begged my parents for one. Had to get Metal Gear Solid 2. And I just MGS2 was a groundbreaking game for me. Like I know a lot of people, they talk about like, dude, why do you obsess over Kojima so much? It's like, I'm not trying to obsess over him, but it's just because it really is one of these things where people wonder why some video game creators, or just some creator, it doesn't have to just be video games, but it could be movies, books, whatever, but specifically talking about video games, some people wonder why are people so fixated on this one creator? Why do they get so much credit? And it's like, dude, I know it, like, Kojima did not single-handedly create MGS2 or 3 or any of these games. He needed a whole team. But dude, the vision and the point, the feeling, the essence of what this game is and it's trying to convey, that's where it came from. That would, like, he had the vision, and he needed people to help bring that to life, obviously. But this is why I have the utmost respect for Hideo Kojima as a creator, because I'm not kidding when I say I have not played a game since Metal Gear Solid 2, 3, and 4 was pretty damn close as well. But just the first time experiencing MGS2, for example, and 3, because I experienced them like very close together, I've not had an experience like that playing games since. I have not. Like, I played many great games, many amazing games, but like they are forever cemented as like, it's on another level. And the thing about the ending of MGS3, see, this one was different because the ending of MGS3, so I was a little bit older, right? I think I was probably like, MGS3 came out in 2004. I think I was 10 years old. And, it's like I'm so far removed from that age and that time. At least it feels like that. Like, now I know why older people, they say, dude, it feels like many lifetimes ago. Yeah, it's crazy. But the ending of MGS3, dude, that was a game that, like, I had an emotional response. Like, the ending, Way to Fall, that ending credit song, I just was like, and I don't know what it is, man. There's something about the character of Snake. I don't know if it reminds me of my father. I don't know if it reminds me of myself to a degree, but I've never felt more like, the reason why Snake is my favorite character, both Solid Snake and Big Boss, both of them. And actually, sometimes I feel like, at times, I feel like maybe I have more in common with like Big Boss as a character. But I see you're saying Metal Gear Survive changed your life. I think it changed many people's lives. But it's just that ending fight, dude, the ending speech, the revelations of it all. I don't know. There's just, I've never felt like I could relate to a character more than Snake, Solid Snake, and Big Boss, both in different ways. And that's why they're my all-time favorite video game characters. No one even comes close. You might need help, MBG. I might. But yeah, those were some life-changing video games, man. And like, I don't know, dude. It's insane. Like, it's insane to me. And I will say Metal Gear Solid 4 was a big deal as well, because Metal Gear Solid 4, I was obviously a lot older when I played that game. But I had for some reason, transitioning from the PS2, I transitioned to the Xbox 360 after that. And I had very little interest in the PS3. It was funny because I barely paid attention to the wider gaming industry, but I could even then, like, as somebody who was kind of on the outside and didn't really pay close attention to the industry goings-ons or whatever going-ons, I still felt like the general sentiment of like, yeah, I don't know about the PS3. I might have to wait on it. It's expensive, and the 360 is already out, and Left 4 Dead looks great. Stuff like that, and I tried Gears of War out, of course. But MGS4 was the game that I was like, okay, yeah, I need a PlayStation as soon as this game drops. And the thing about Metal Gear Solid 4 as a game, I gotta say that the thing that will never cease to amaze me, and when I look back on it, My expectations for MGS4 straight up were unrealistic. And I apologize, Salmark. You're saying I'm about your age, best Super Nintendo hard games from 4 and up. But it was when I played MGS 2 and 3 that I realized gaming is not a waste of time. That's what I'm talking about, man. Those are some special games, bro. And I know I'm not the only one. But the thing about Metal Gear Solid 4 specifically is I had unreasonable expectations. I had unrealistic expectations. My expectations for this game were so absurdly high. I was actually dating my wife, who's now my wife, but we've been together a long time, and she was like, I think she was probably getting annoyed by me at the time with MGS4. I was so ridiculously obsessed with it. I could not stop talking about it. And when I tell you that there's no way, like, it's shocking that when I look back at MGS4, it is, I think, the only time in my life where my expectations were that wildly high, unrealistic, and unreasonable, and it somehow managed to live up to every one of those expectations and fucking surpass them. I don't know how. I don't know what it was, but it happened. And I was in my glory, man. Like, I could not, every single moment of that game. And not only that, the online. Can we talk about that? Can we talk about Metal Gear Solid? I mean, I played Metal Gear Online with MGS3 Subsistence. Okay. Ahead of its time, bro. Ahead of its time. But Metal Gear Online 2, you want to talk about a game? Dude, I see Shade in the chat. Shade's like, yo, ain't no way, MBG. There ain't no way you're going here right now, bro. No, I'm going there. Like, dude, Metal Gear Online 2 is so ahead of its time. It's actually ridiculous. I cannot believe how hard Konami dropped the ball with Metal Gear Online 2 because they had it, dude, it was live service before live service. The problem was they didn't integrate it into the PlayStation Network. The game ended up getting hacked, and I don't know. I guess Konami just felt like they couldn't. They said the servers were going to be up for 10 years minimum. They shut that shit down 4 years later, bro. I can't believe that. And I don't know, man. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't perfect. It wasn't a perfect game, but I could. To me, it was. That's the point. To me, Metal Gear Solid 4 combined with Metal Gear Online was the perfect game. And also, I gotta say, one of the most underrated video game mechanics that I don't see enough people talk about. You're saying, MBG, you can play it now on the RPCS 3 fan service. I saw that, yeah, and that, kudos to them, man. I might look into that. I like that was heartwarming to see that, dude. There are people. God, I got something in my eye. I'm not crying, I swear. I really did just get something in my eye. I think I got an eyelash in there. But dude, to see that there is a community of people, and I really got something in my eye. If I have to end this podcast abruptly, it's because I'm gonna need an eye patch, yo. How funny would it be if I just straight up whipped out an eye patch and I'm like, now to continue my Metal Gear conversation. But dude, to see that there's a community of people that like, dude, you can see the passion, bro. These people came together, resurrected a multiplayer experience that was shut down back in like 2008, like well over a decade ago, and they're like, we gotta keep this alive. And I'm like, that's I commend them, man. Absolutely. And I have to say, like, the most underrated mechanic I think I've ever seen in a video game is the Octo Camo. Dude, I thought that what Kojima did, so, Metal Gear Solid 2 is basic stealth mechanics, peeking around corners, sneaking up on people, choking them out, CQC, basic CQC. MGS3 was awesome at the time because I'm like, dude, this camouflage mechanic, this is sick. And that was an amazing mechanic where you have the percentage in the corner, and based on the different environment, you can change your camos and blend in. I love that. But dude, when I saw what the Octo Camo was doing, I was like, this this is it, man. Like seeing Snake just kind of like slowly crawl through it like a raging battlefield as people are shooting. Basically, just got to hope a mortar round doesn't drop on you. But I just, it was the coolest mechanic, man. And I just felt like this, the intro cutscene of MGS4 when he's being chased by the geckos and he escapes by just blending into the wall and the watermelon touches his suit and you see it turn into it's an epic masterpiece. And that brings me to MGS5. And MGS5, I hate to say it, I feel like I ruined MGS5 a little bit for myself. And the reason being, so this was when I was like on Xbox, and one of the reasons why I didn't switch to PS4 sooner, I thought it was going to be another like PS3 situation. I was waiting to hear that MGS5 was going to be a PS exclusive again. But surprisingly, and I got to admit, this was one of the things that made me be like, yeah, I'm getting an Xbox One. I know that there was a lot of hate for it, but one of the things that made me do it was, I don't know if you remember at the Xbox presentation, they actually brought out Kojima and showed the first trailer for MGS5, like the first major trailer. And my mind was utterly blown. I knew it wasn't exclusive, but I'm just like, okay, like Metal Gear's on Xbox now. I'm good to go. Like I'm not really that interested in PlayStation right now. I know Xbox just got their ass beat, but I'm still comfortable with Xbox. And that MGS5 trailer blew me away. And the reason why I think I ruined MGS5 for myself was because I went full. You remember how I got with the whole blue box thing? How I went like full conspiratorial mode? Well, I was so invested in the Metal Gear universe and lore that I was full blown. Like, dude, I was following Yang Ye like crazy at that time, because he was like a Metal Gear Solid YouTuber. And I was like, that's where I was getting my Metal Gear news. But, I went just full, I went full blue box mode with MGS5 where I'm like, I was following Python Selkin. And they had me convinced. Python Selkin had me convinced that, yeah, you're playing as Gray Fox in this game. And they were pretty close, bro. They were pretty close to nailing that twist. But I remember I annoyed the shit out of my friend because I just wouldn't shut the F up about MGS5. I was totally obsessed. Totally obsessed, man. And I'm not saying I ended up disappointed, but I guess like it was that like bittersweet moment where I'm like, yo, Metal Gear Solid 5 from a gameplay standpoint is the best Metal Gear ever made, but I couldn't come to terms with the changes that Kojima made with the story. Like I was expecting like hour-long cutscenes and like 30-minute long codecs. And I know that a lot of people were like relieved and happy that didn't exist in this game. There were some long cutscenes. I wasn't exactly thrilled with Kiefer Sutherland. I was actually I was devastated when they replaced David Hayter. I'm not going to lie. Like I was completely devastated. I was like, I can't believe Kojima did this. Like I literally couldn't believe it. I'm like, dude, this is the voice. And when you get to the end of the game, you kind of realize why maybe he did that. But I remember by the time I completed MGS5, and I think everybody kind of had this feeling where you just felt like something was missing, and that was probably due to the falling out with Konami. But I was so impressed with it. But I like, dude, the first hour of MGS5 is fucking incredible, bro. Like, I cannot believe how good the first hour of MGS5 is. If you haven't played it, I remember I told that guy last week, like, maybe not to play MGS5, but I actually, dude, you got to play the intro. It's so good. But I'm not gonna lie, like, I was a little bit upset that Kojima clearly felt the criticism of MGS4, like the cutscenes were too long and it was too much of a movie, and there was too many breaks. I like that, and you could tell that with MGS5, it was trying to be more. And Peace Walker came before that, which heavily influenced it. So I guess what I'm trying to say is, unfortunately, MGS5 didn't reach that same height for me that 4 did. Like 4 was truly the peak for me. And you could also argue that 4 was like the most fan servicey game ever made. And MGS5, I felt like, I don't know, there was just something left to there. There was more to be desired, I guess. And from a gameplay standpoint, it was incredible. I'm going to be honest, I was not as impressed with Metal Gear Online 3. I was insanely hyped that was a thing and that they brought it back. But I don't know, man. They just, I don't think they could capture the same. Why am I in the shadows? Yeah, it's because I got my windows open and it's getting dark. I'm going to be ending this soon anyway. But I just want to say that the problem with MGO 3, Metal Gear Online 3 versus 2, for those who know, it was simply that they tried to streamline Metal Gear. And to be fair, the mechanics, the biggest difference gameplay-wise between MGS 4 and 5 is the mechanics in MGS 4 are insanely, like, complex to a degree. Like, they're very in-depth, very nuanced, extremely nuanced in some cases. And some of the configurations you would have to do with your hands for CQC, it was insane. But I loved it. Like, I love that complexity. It just added something to it. And with MGS 5, they were like, okay, we're going to simplify everything. We're going to simplify the gunplay. We're going to simplify the CQC. We're going to simplify all the mechanics. And I felt like, well, that's the kind of it's great and it feels great, but it also is kind of missing like that layer of complexity that was there in 4. I don't know. I think that helped make the game better, in my personal opinion. MBG's Fall into the Darkness, bro. I've been going on. You could tell I've had 3 cups of coffee. You can tell because I am 4 hours and 40 minutes into this solo podcast. I have not stopped speaking, and I can keep going. But for the sake of my health and well-being, and the fact that it's getting dark, and the fact that my wife's probably wondering what the hell I'm going on in here about Metal Gear again. The final thing I'll say on this topic before ending it is I got to say, like, for those wondering why I've been talking about MGS so much on the channel recently, covering every little snippet, every little peep that we hear about Metal Gear, this is why. Because I know that there are like Hideo Kojima diehards that are like, without Kojima, there's no Metal Gear. I don't fully believe that. I do not fully believe that. I fully believe that Metal Gear can exist without Kojima. I just think it might have to exist in a different way. But when it comes to talking about remakes and remasters and re-experiencing, these amazing games, I'm hyped for Silent Hill. I love Silent Hill. I love a lot of Sony's games, a lot of Sony's franchises. I like a lot of stuff in gaming. Nothing comes close to Metal Gear to me. And that's why it's like, hopefully now this paints a better picture for like, if we get a Metal Gear showcase from Konami, yes, I'm going to be a little bit nervous. Yes, I'm going to be a little bit nervous about Konami ruining something, but my level of excitement will reach a peak that I don't think was ever there before, and I'm just gonna pray that it works out. So that's why I'm so hyped for Metal Gear. Excuse me. You're saying Metal Gear without Kojima turns into Metal Gear Survive. Well, there's also Metal Gear Rising. There's, and I think that gives me hope that like good things can happen in the Metal Gear universe outside of Kojima, and I know Portable Ops wasn't made. Like, that was another main line. Some people don't count Portable Ops, but that was a game that was made without Kojima. And like, I'll be honest, anytime Kojima's not involved, you feel it. You can feel it. But it's one of these things where it's like, I don't know, man. I have such a soft spot for the Metal Gear series that, for as afraid as I am of Konami doing something bad to it, I also have this great desire. I would love to see it come back to some degree, so. Zonex, you're saying, MBG, you have earned my respect. You're Metal Gear Solid. Yeah, dude, I'm a huge Metal Gear fan. I know that there are people that are way more like knowledgeable than I am, and there are people that are just way more into it to a degree. Like, I don't know. I don't like to argue about like who's a bigger fan than who. It's not about that, but just know that when it comes to video games, if it wasn't for Metal Gear, I don't know that I would still be playing video games in the way that I do today. I don't know that I would have ever started my channel. I don't know that I would just care nearly as much. So, all right. Also, did you guys see that Marine, apparently some Marines recently outsmarted some robots by using the Metal Gear Solid box trick in real life? I thought that was awesome. I'm like, yo, Kojima knew all along, man. Yeah, I saw that. I was like, holy shit. Okay, well, you know what? That is one hell of a podcast episode. I think this might go on. I don't know. This might be a record, guys. I feel like I had a 4 hour and 50-minute one. The Last of Us HBO, please. All right, how about this? All right, we'll do this. This is what we'll do. First off, I'm going to have to change my title because I barely talked about The Last of Us HBO. For those who maybe weren't here earlier, I did make it known I did not watch the first episode yet. And I've decided. I've made the decision now that we've reached the end of the podcast. I'm going to subscribe and I'm going to watch both episodes and I'm going to have an extended conversation next week about the first 2 episodes of it. And we could talk about it each week after that. I think that's just a smarter way to go. I already broke. See, I broke already. So that's what we'll do. Also feel bad. So you're saying, I wish your wife a lot of strength and it's a beautiful podcasting. Well, thank you so much for that, guys. And yeah, I want to, Xanarkind. I forgot. I don't know if I know. I'm gonna read your super chat now. I'm just gonna keep calling you Xanarkind Blitzer. That's who you are now. I'm sorry. You're saying codec call push touch button kernel snake. You're going to need a level 5 key card to get in the Metal Gear Solid showcase. We're still waiting for the date and the location from our Konami spies. Yeah, dude. I don't know. We'll see. I might just start calling you Blitzer. I don't know. We'll see though, man. It's coming. Xanarkind. Xanarkind. All right, guys. I have to, before I go, extend as it gets dark in here, the shadows are coming. Yes, thank you guys so much for your support. As I said at the beginning of this podcast, and it still remains true, YouTube's ads are being weird. I don't know what's going on with YouTube. Everything's weird right now. So those of you, I am fan funded here, as I said, and those of you who were able to show direct support through the super chats, through memberships, I really need to extend a huge thanks to you guys. I love doing what I do here. I love being able to do the podcast each week. I love doing the live streams. I love doing the videos. So without your direct support, I literally couldn't do it. At least not anywhere near. I'd probably only be able to do a podcast once, maybe twice a month. And God knows what would happen to my video output content. So thank you guys so much. You enable me to do this, and you guys each week have continued to show your support. So, Hicksocker saying, MBG, is it better if I super chat or sub? It's hard. I mean, it honestly, it depends. Like if you're talking about subscribing to become a member, being a member and like for more than a month, as if you're able to, like basically perpetually being a member, whether it's at the $5 tier or the higher tiers, that is helpful. And it basically is the same thing. You know what I mean? Like it really just comes down to what you prefer. If you want to have your name in the credits, becoming a member, you get that perk. But kind of staying subscribed as a member, especially at the higher tiers, can prove to be very helpful month over month. But at the same time, like if you're somebody, like I see people who super chat me on a weekly basis, there's no doubt that those who were super chatting, every single week consistently, that is probably the most helpful thing to do directly. And, I've seen people mention like, oh, you should do like a PayPal or a Patreon. And I might consider that. But, I don't really mind what we have going on here on YouTube. And I know that those who super chat like the fact that I get, I read what you're saying and whatnot. So, but yeah, anything helps, man. So thank you guys so much for that. Shout out to Devil Shooter once again. Shout out to my channel members. I apologize. I'm not going to be able to read your names today. I'm going to be honest. Like I'm fried at this point. Hopefully you understand. I'll be sure to read your names next week. And just hit that like button on your way out. And that's it. We'll see what the upcoming week brings, and I'll keep the content going as best I can. And that's it. So episode 144 in the books, probably the longest episode I've ever done somehow, but yeah, that's it, guys. Enjoy the rest of your Sunday. Until next time, take care.